Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise.
Welcome everybody to the final match of the FIDE Grand Prix Berlin, the very first stage of the 3 Grand Prix tournaments to determine the 2 remaining places for the FIDE Candidates tournament, which will be held this summer. The final match of Levon Aronian against Hikaru Nakamura, and it will be women FIDE master Ellen Nilssen and me, Arturs Neiksans, who will be following it live and trying to give as depth analysis as possible.
Arturs, it is, as always, a real pleasure to be here with you. And I know I say this a lot. I pretty much say this every single round, but I am so excited for today. I really think that we're in for a treat. These 2 players are really 2 of the top contestants in the tournament, and they have played some amazing chess to get here.
Absolutely. And I mean, they've played quite an amazing 188 games so far. So you think they're like, they really know each other really well? No, actually, it's even more. 188 games, together 44 classical games they played against each other, excluding all the rapid and blitz games. And I actually brought up some really, really interesting statistics, which I think you might find to be interesting. So first, Aronian leads in the total score 26 against 18 out of 44 games, 14 wins for Aronian, 6 wins for Nakamura, and 24 draws. But here's the interesting part: with the white color, Hikaru still is a favorite, winning 4 games, suffering 3 losses and 13 draws. However, when it will come to the white color of Aronian, he has amassed 11 wins against 2 losses and 11 draws. So I'm wondering, where might lie Hikaru's best strategy? Perhaps try to either push very hard this game to win or take it to the tiebreaks. Ellen?
I think that if we do go into a tiebreak, Hikaru, he is probably the favorite to win it there, though Aronian is still a very, very strong player. When it comes to the classical chess, you did say that Aronian has a big lead in the classical portion, especially with the white pieces. I just feel that Naka, he's played so well. He's played such interesting chess. And he's also been very, very solid throughout the entire event, that it's quite difficult to say how exactly which strategy he should use here for this little mini match, because let us remind you that the winner of this final they will play 2 games, and if it is 1-1, they will take it to tiebreaks. But if someone has more than 1 point, 1.5 or 2 points, then that person will be the winner of the first FIDE Grand Prix. So yeah, as you said, Naka probably the slight favorite in the tiebreaks. But when it comes to the classical chess here, I think that pretty much anything could happen. I think that Hikaru, he will try to get a little something here in this game with the white pieces, just try to keep on pushing without taking too much risk. And if the game is a draw, I think he will just try to be solid tomorrow to take it into the tiebreaks.
Yes, absolutely. Everything can happen, especially since this is such a short distance, only 2 classical games. Of course, Hikaru knows Levon for many, many years. They played the first game back in 2003, which was an online a blitz game, I believe. So that's almost 20 years ago. They have played some sort of matches. One of them was in St. Louis. Which year was it? I think it was 2014 or 15. So they finished with a draw, 2-2, 1 victory for each and 2 draws. They have played also in 2016 FIDE Candidates tournament when Aronian was better in the sum of 2 games, but that was not really a match. And this is a match strategy. So they, of course, have played also various matches of accelerated time controls. They have played in Speed Championship. They have played in these online super tournaments matches, but classical matches, not so many.
And now you mentioned this FIDE Candidates in 2016, but I don't know if you actually remember what happened there when Levon Aronian was playing with the white pieces and Naka was playing with the black pieces. Do you remember?
Which year was it again? Sorry.
2016?
Yeah, I don't remember the actual games. I remember that Levon won with white.
But it was because of something very, very special. As far as I remember, at least, they were playing a rook endgame. And at some point, Naka, he touches his king. And then I think it's a few seconds. And then he says, adjust. I don't know if it's even a few seconds or... Well, I just remember it so vividly because there was this huge discussion, and then suddenly, you know, Aronian, he called the arbiter, and it ended up with Nakamura because they looked at the video, because of course they had video back then. And Nakamura, he had to move the king, and the endgame went from draw to lost, as far as I remember, at least.
All right. I mean, I don't recall really, but I'm gonna trust you with that. Okay, I find it to be interesting that the move has not yet been played. I imagine
maybe there's some ceremonial move,
some opening ceremony. I tried to predict what they might play, and I'm leaning towards Hikaru's d4, and some kind of a queen's gambit decline. That was my best guess, because if there's going to be e4, e5, I think we might see Rai Lopez with a6 or the Berlin. In the Berlin, I think that makes perfect sense to be played here. So I'm not really sure that Hikaru wants to play something as dry. So my best guess is he's going to try to repeat something like which happened in the game against Richard Rappert when he had white.
Can you please tell me what was it exactly that happened in that game, if I don't quite seem to recall?
So I think there's two scenarios. After d4, I'm not sure what Levon could play here. They could, of course, play something completely else. So let's say d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop e7. The queen's gambit declined. I'm not sure, how do you call this variation? Cherushek variation? I've heard it somewhere. C takes.
I don't know, actually.
Takes, bishop f4 and e3. And they've played it before in classical games. Hikaru with white against Levon several times. So I think this is one scenario which might happen. And no, we have Rai Lopez on the board.
Oh my goodness! And suddenly, maybe it wasn't a ceremonial move. It was just, a lot of moves being played. And yeah, e4 on the board. So maybe this could lean towards that Hikaru is actually trying to get a little bit of an edge without taking too much of a risk. And we see here that Aronian does indeed go for his long beloved move a6. He played this almost exclusively every time, as far as I know. So yeah, bishop a4 and knight f6 is some mainline theory.
Here, usually in the previous games against Hikaru against Levon, after bishop e5, I checked what they played before. 4 games, Levon decided to play for the Berlin with knight f6. Hikaru twice responded with short castle and rook e1, which is a potential continuation. He tried to play d3. I think there was even one game with this classical Berlin endgame. And 4 other games, Levon tried to play a6. Short castle, bishop e7, clearly hinting at the marshal. Rook e1, b5, bishop e3, short castle. Yeah, and now if I remember correctly, one of the games in the classical sections, that it was c3, d5, e takes, knight e5, capture the pawn, and this is the super popular marshal variation. And I think Hikaru played something like d3, and the game got equal at some point later. So marshal has a very good reputation. And h3. Now this is sort of like how do you call it? Anti-marshal, so to speak.
Yeah, it's I can see here because I just opened my database. It's actually a move which has not been played a lot. Both bishop takes c6 and c3 have more than 380 games in the database, but h3 with only 34 games. And Aronian, he of course knows this position very well. He knows all the move orders and transpositions. And after b5, bishop b3, this does transpose into just common mainline theory here. After,
now, please correct me if I'm not totally wrong. Isn't this one of the first games of Jan Nepomniachtchi against Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship match?
Oh my goodness. I don't remember, to be honest.
I can
but
check
I
it.
will.
I have a sort of suspicion it was played like that. All right, I'm going to check it a moment later. After h3, here what we have, what was played, bishop b7, and d3.
Yeah, sorry, I had the move order wrong when I was doing this. So yeah, so many different move orders in this that can give just exactly the same positions. And I think I overheard Jan Gustafsson say on his commentary during the Tasse Steel with Peter Svidler that all these move orders, you know, if you ever try to figure out how they work, you'll never get done, because it's just impossible, really.
Yeah, but all of this move order essentially is against the marshal. So h3, black not always plays here d5 because white has not committed himself to c3. For example, d5 takes, knight takes on d5, knight takes on e5. Now white keeps the c3 square for the knight, and h3 is just a useful move for this arising position. For example, something like knight takes on e5, rook takes on e5, c6. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it was something like knight c3 here, and this gives white slightly better circumstances. So that's why here Levon plays something else, d3, d6, and Nakamura has successfully dodged the marshal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm not very used to these kind of structures, but I'm wondering, can this turn into some kind of Breyer variation after a move like, well, if black decides to go knight a5 or knight b8 to play c5?
I think that one of the Breyer ideas is to play knight e8, knight e7. So if Levon wanted to do that, reposition the knight on d7, where it's slightly, well, it's debatable really. Is the knight really more active on d7? But at least it's not blocking the c pawn from being advanced. I think Levon is aiming for something else. Let me very quickly check what they played here before.
Well, knight c3 has been played before, 400 times or so. A game actually here with the white pieces is Levon Aronian himself against Dingley Ren during some speed chess championships, where Levon, he did get this position. I can see if I can try to. Yeah, he's only had this position with white once, but Nakamura also had this position with white once before, where he played against Dingley Ren in 2019 in Sinkfield Cup. So obviously they both still know this position. I could imagine that Hikaru is just trying to figure out which variation he wants to go for here, because besides knight c3, knight b to d2 is also a move, and this gives a strategically different position, as the knight can go to other squares from d2, for example f1, e3, f5, where from c3 it can go to e2, g3, or to d5. I guess it's a lot about move orders.
And I have to go back once again to this moment of h3. My memory was correct. So it indeed was the first game of Nepomniachtchi against Carlsen. I mean, I was slightly confused. I couldn't really remember. Was it with the move h3? Yeah, this was game 1 of the World Championship match, played last year in November. Knight a5. This was the surprise move by Magnus Carlsen, played with black. And after knight e5, knight takes on b3, a takes on b3, bishop b7. You probably remember it already now. d3, d5, e takes, queen d5, and this was a really very interesting strategic duel. Black sacrificed a pawn to get a very good activity. In the end, it appeared to be that Magnus was slightly pushing, but the game finished in a draw. So I must assume that Hikaru must have had some ideas how to meet this knight a5. And that's why Levon decided not to pursue them and play bishop b7 instead.
Yeah, I actually very well remember the endgame that you were talking about, because I remember discussing it with a few of my friends, and they were saying, nah, this is just a draw. And then, Magnus just keeps on playing, and he actually got a little bit more than they were expecting him to get from that position. But that Hikaru here is taking time, I don't think we should read anything into it. He's just trying to figure out what kind of game he wants to go for. Maybe think about what Levon's preparation is here, because we have seen a very, very well-prepared Levon during this entire event. And, he's not bluffing or anything. When he's in prep, he just plays a la tempo. And here we also see him with almost 134 on the clock already.
All right. So, yeah, queen d7, very interesting setup from Levon. I'm not really sure which setup is Hikaru going to choose here. Personally, I like slightly more knight c3 visually because it controls the d5 square. For example, knight c3. Yeah, by the way, I think I have to mention that this move a3 usually is included for the bishop to retreat to a2, not to the conventional c2 square. So that's why, for example, knight c3 really makes sense. For example, knight c3, knight a5, bishop a2, c5, and white can continue to fight for the d5 square. For example, with the means like bishop g5, try to eliminate this knight on f6, and then somehow try to occupy the d5 square. And this knight on a5 for black is not really so well standing.
Yeah, see, I was actually wondering a little bit about this if you go back to the position they currently have, because we were talking about these knight moves. You say you might visually prefer knight c3 a little bit, but why is it exactly that white doesn't go for these normal c3, bishop c2, and d4 plans in this position? Because I was thinking, yeah, why not go c3?
Right. So first about d6, one of the most important rules for pretty much any Ruy Lopez position is black is threatened with knight a5. Now, it might seem not much, but the Ruy Lopez bishop is usually one of the most important pieces in Ruy Lopez. So let's say we are careless and we play something like knight c3 or knight e2 right away. Black almost always instantly responds with knight a5. Let's say we are just playing some normal moves like bishop g5. Now black could trade it here. And one of the biggest disadvantages for white's position is that any active pawn pushes is going to open the position. And black enjoys the two bishops. So it really makes sense. As soon as the position opens, increases the power of the bishop. So that's why white is really interested to keep the bishop alive. Now, it's either the more conventional c3 way to play or a3. Now, the difference of c3 is white tries to preserve the bishop so that after knight a5, there's bishop c2. But there's the biggest drawback. It's no longer fighting for this long diagonal. I just think it's a different plan, really. So with a bishop on a2, white is still keeping control of this long diagonal. With the bishop on c2, one of the most typical ideas is to play at some point d4 so that the pawn on e4 is protected. For example, knight e2, knight f1, knight g3, and play d4. And and then the bishop on c2 seemingly slightly passive, but at some point it becomes once again a very good piece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he did go for this knight c3 idea, where after Aronian, he's not playing games here. He blitzes out knight to d8 immediately, and I'm confused. That knight on d8. Well, I guess it doesn't have many other squares to go to than e6. So will he play moves like knight e6, knight h5 to f4? Or will he go for c5? Or how is the plan for black to play here? I guess moving the knight means that he wants to go c5. That is my first thought.
Right. I wanted to check what's being played before here. Just a second. h3, queen d7, knight c3.
Well, rook f2 e8 is the most common move with 317 games. And one of the players who plays this position quite a lot is Ding Liren, who unfortunately had to withdraw from, I can't remember, I think it was the third leg or the third Grand Prix, which means that he will no longer be playing in the Grand Prix, unfortunately, but instead he is being replaced by Dmitry Andreikin from Russia, who will now be playing in 2 full events and therefore has a bigger chance of qualifying.
Right. I checked the database. Knight e8 is quite a popular move. Yeah, you're right. Rook e8 is the most traditional way to play here in this position, not knight d8. So it's either rook e8 is one of the main moves here, trying to reposition the bishop on f8. Other alternatives include also rook a to e8 here. I guess somehow try to prepare some kind of expansion at kingside, but knight e8 it is definitely a playable move, and definitely this is not a novelty. All of this has been played before. For example, by names with black like Alexander Grishuk, Alexei Shirov has played many times, Peter Swidler, Sorin Nikal, and Levon himself, by the way. But it's been quite some time, because I'm checking when he last played it, year 2005 pops up.
2005. That is a long time ago.
That's what I see here. So 98, this cannot be really an expectation for Hikaru, although he has managed to dodge the Marshall. I'm not sure if he checked what Levon played 15 years ago.
No, he might not have checked what Levon played 15 years ago, but something I do see in this line is a lot of draws, actually. With the most recent one being between Parham Maghsoodlou and Peter Swidler playing this line in Abu Dhabi. And also this line was played in the most recently top tournament played, which was Tata Steel in 2020. So not the one this year or the one the year before, but Ganguly played this against Nihal Sarin in 2020, and this game ended in a draw on move 24. So do you think that Levon has prepared this line quite far for a draw?
Well, I cannot really guarantee that he is prepared for the draw, but definitely he has selected a slightly unexpected line, so that Hikaru has not checked it, what he should have been playing here, and I would assume that he has prepared it quite deep. From Levon's part, I don't think he was entirely sure that we are going to see here today e4, because I checked what they had played before. Hikaru mostly would choose between d4 and e4, and seemingly d4 would be scoring slightly better for the American Grandmaster. But yeah, I would say it was something like 50-50. So Levon had to prepare something interesting against Hikaru's Ra Lopez and also against the Queen's Gambit decline. So I could maybe show you a couple of games how Levon has played here before. For example, Sergei Mavsesyan. Back in 2004, he played here d4. d4, black took it, knight e4, rook e8, and knight f5. So white gets this very nice outpost for the knight on f5. So black simply plays knight e6. What followed here was knight e7, rook e7, f3, rook d8, and black was able to make a breakthrough in the center, and the game finished quite quickly with a draw.
And what game was that, are you saying?
That was Bundesliga in year 2004. And by the way, this variation seems to have repeated a couple of times around that year, 2004, 2005, d4, again, the same variation, year 2005, Yefimenko against Aronian, again, the same idea, e takes, knight e4, rook e8, again, knight f5, knight e6, take on e7, rook e7, f3. And once again, Aronian played rook d8. He managed to push. Now, he didn't push d5 because something else happened, but still he managed to achieve quite an easy draw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can also see it here from my database that Aronian has indeed had this position quite a number of times, 5 times if I can count correctly, and all, as you're saying, from 2004, 2005, making draws in all of them, and actually they're all fairly quick draws. They all ended before, or the longest game was 22 moves from the ones that I'm seeing. So maybe it's just a very solid line, or, oh, sorry, there is one that he won in 56 moves. Okay, so maybe it's just a fairly solid line that Aronian clearly knows very well, even though it's many years since he played it.
I think he is prepared specifically for this game. There probably are some tricks which give white some advantage, but Hikaru definitely, I don't think he has looked at this line for quite a while. And this also is a part of the preparation process. You try to prepare some rare line, you work on it as far as possible, and also you check has your opponent had any experience in this line lately? So I must assume that this must have been Aronian's part of preparation. So he probably saw that Hikaru is not really perhaps so familiar with these structures. Thus, he thought that this should be a great choice for this game.
Mm-hmm.
There's, for example, quite a recent game. I'm not sure if it's really that important blitz game, but some very strong grandmasters were playing this. Parham Maksadlu against Peter Swidler, and White tried to play here knight e5, and maybe this is what Hikaru here is trying to figure out. Knight e5, e takes, and c6. So here White's idea is to have the pawn on d5, which clearly doesn't allow Black to develop the knight either to e6 or c6, and after c4, c takes. Here Peter played f6. f6 brought the knight of 7.
Because I was thinking about f5 in this position. And it seems that Naka is going for something completely different. This one I had not seen coming. It has never been played before from what I can see in my database. A novelty going for knight h2. And Aronian hasn't yet blitzed anything out. He still has the time to do so, but I don't think he's prepared for this move.
No, this is the moment, unless, of course, he has been ready for this. He has to think. He has to think. I mean, this is definitely something else. And knight h2 itself, it's a rather interesting move. So very logical novelty. White wants to play, I guess, knight g4 at some point and fight for the d5 square. Alternative ideas might involve maybe knight f1, rearrange the knight to e3 or g3, and push f4. That is interesting.
Do you think he'll ever try to go for knight g4 and try to get in a queen trade? Let's say if Black goes c5 in this position.
Yeah, but c5 seriously weakens the d5 square, right? So here, for example, something like bishop g5. Once again, we need to reckon with this idea so that White gets a very nice control of the d5 square. I think Aronian wants to play something. I'm not saying that c5 is bad. It's just he wants to play something solid.
Knight e6 then?
Yeah, I guess knight e6. That would be the best bet. Now, Levon is definitely going to take some time here, because if you're not familiar with this move, first you want to understand what is his idea. So knight e6, it fights for these squares, both on d4 and f4. Maybe something like knight f1, because now knight g4. Is this really so great? I could try to take it. And knight e4 is already a serious threat, I imagine. It doesn't seem much, really. Let's say I'm going to play
Bishop
rook d8.
c8? Okay.
Yeah, maybe no. I just try to play something more conventional and play knight e4 next.
Yeah.
Although there could be maybe some problems with bishop h6. You know, threaten with bishop e6, some mate on g7. Okay, maybe this is not the most accurate way. Now, there's definitely some idea for Hikaru, and maybe the engines say it's not the greatest move, but definitely this is something that Levon hasn't checked.
Yeah, we probably should say already that if you haven't heard it all the other days, we can tell you that we are not using engine lines or engine variations. We can see the bar, which is on the screen that you can also see, but engine lines, engine variations, that's not us. We are only thinking with our brains here.
Hopefully they don't.
Yeah, hopefully they work just well.
All right, instead of knight e6, what else can Levon do here? Maybe there's a room for some kind of a martial idea.
How about?
Yep.
Yeah, how about going a little bit crazy with Black? I'm thinking moves like king h8, move the knight on f6, and then play f5 to open up for the bishop on b7. Is this an idea?
There's definitely an idea. I'm just not sure.
Knight e8, g6, knight g7.
Maybe. No, definitely there's a room for something like this. For example, it's one of the typical ideas in the Hungarian systems, in the in the Italian game, after bishop e7 short castle, there is this idea indeed, like you said, either knight g8 or h6, knight h7, and play f5. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just not sure how it looks together with knight e8. And by the way, knight e6, knight g4 is on the board.
Yeah, they are just blitzing out. Maybe Naka was trying to recall his prep, or he was just sure that knight e6 was the most natural move.
I don't think there's any prep really. So
well, he could have just thought that knight e6 was the most natural move, so he prepared his response and just blitzed out knight g4.
No, I mean, for Hikaru, there's definitely no prep. I mean, this is not really the most popular line. Queen d7, knight e8, and once again, if your opponent played it 15 years ago, there's a good chance you simply didn't check it, because there must have been a reason why he's not playing it anymore. And knight h2, this was, I guess, some kind of inspiration, trying to kick the opponent after the preparation, some interesting new idea. It makes sense. I like actually his approach.
Definitely. So he did decide to go for this knight g4, and king h8 is on the board.
Wow, Ellen, you're very good at this.
I mean, is Aronian still in prep, or is he just playing some ideas that he has seen before and he thought they would also work in these positions where white starts to go knight h2, knight g4?
You know, I think that it might work like this, is that king h8 is definitely an idea from a different variation. Maybe it somehow transposes. For example, let's say here, there could be some variations. Let me just try to cook them up out of thin air. I'm not sure how exactly. For example, let's say something like bishop g5. So there could be an idea that black plays king h8. Now the idea of knight g8, trade the bishops, and push f5, right? So you sort of know this variation. And now your opponent plays knight h2, knight e6, knight g4. And you're thinking, can I try to employ the same idea, which works against that variation? And you think, okay, maybe it works also here. So you play king h8. But I'm actually quite surprised that he played so quickly. Maybe he's still within preparation.
I mean, during this entire tournament, I've really been thinking all the time, how can Aronian play this quickly? And he just keeps on doing it all the time. So if I'm black in this position, or if I'm white in this position, I'm thinking, okay, if white does not take on f6 right now, will black go knight g8 and then try to argue that the knight on g4 is not where it's supposed to be? Or will the knight just go back to e3? You know what? I can't even finish my questions because they were just playing quickly.
Hikaru made sure we don't need to search an answer to your question. He immediately took an f6. So yeah, he's fighting for the d5 square, I guess. But this knight e4 might be a problem. Let's say something like queen g4. So knight e4 is not possible. The queen is pinned. Rook d8. And once again, let's say white is completely oblivious to what is happening. Plays something silly like bishop d2. So knight e4 takes, and now black gets this favorable trade. Once again, I told you this light square bishop for the Ruy Lopez positions is usually very, very important for black to get, because bishop a2 drops the pawn on c2 and even actually something more. So I'm pretty sure that if Hikaru is going to play queen g4, rook d8, he's going to try to do something else. Maybe something like bishop e3. This, by the way, makes perfect sense to me. Bishop e3, let's say knight e4, take it. And there's some variations in Ruy Lopez when white goes for this type of position. And then makes this look that he has something. Okay, maybe he has something. Let's say after knight e5.
And then after bishop e5, you want to go g3?
Yeah, so for example, bishop takes on d5. This is always slightly worse for black, despite the fact it's opposite color bishops. Either e takes, fixing some weaknesses. Let's say here, a4. This makes a risk-free game for white. Or even bishop takes on d5, and there might be some bishop c6 threats. Although, okay, I'm very quickly doing this because I'm not sure what is happening after bishop c6, rook c7, rook c2. Okay, let's not focus on this too much, but definitely this is something that I think I would consider here. So otherwise, black is going to play, like you said, this potential f pawn pushed later, or maybe somehow combined with knight e4. I think queen g4 makes a lot of sense, or maybe just play knight e5.
I was just wondering if we could take a little step back and try to look at why he actually took the knight on f6. This was the question I was trying to ask before, like, if you don't take it, will black make sure that you can take it and then you have to move the knight? Or why is it that this trade is coming in? You mentioned the d5 square being very, very important. But can we try to imagine something that happens if we don't take the knight as white? Can we play another move? Maybe bishop d2, just get the bishop out? Or are we running into some trouble?
Bishop d2. And what if I now play knight e4? The thing is, I want to take on g4. Now you'll be forced to double your pawns. For example, I want to take, right? So bishop a2, now I take it. You cannot take with the queen. So that's already, I'm not sure, is this great? I'm not sure really. So again, take it. And, or maybe I just don't take it. I'll maybe play something like h6 with bishop g5. This also looks interesting. Or play, instead of knight x on g4, go for this knight g8. So you would probably have to play knight e3, and let's say I'm going to play bishop g5. I start to like black.
Yeah, maybe the bishop was very misplaced on d2. I'm just worried that if I put it on e3 instead, then the knight on g4 can become awkward because it can't go back to e3 itself.
I think this decision of taking on f6, it has something to do with this knight e4 move. And maybe Hikaru is not 100% sure if he wants to allow doubling the pawns. I mean, I do understand there might be this f5 push and h takes on g4 sort of stops it. But what is the choice here, really? So let's say maybe bishop e3 first, inviting this knight e4 move to be played.
And then I was thinking knight g8 now.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And now this knight on g4 actually is not really feeling so well because you wanted to have the c3 square for the knight, right? So that it's doing something. Otherwise, why do you position the knight on g4, which is going to go back on h2? So I think in this regard, Hikaru's idea is reasonable. He's fighting for this d5 square because very often in Royal Lopez and Italian game variations, there is this typical d5 push for black, seeking some clarity in the center, opening this bishop, the light square bishop, and the dark square bishop. So it makes sense to remove one of the defenders.
Yeah, completely agree. But it's just from the position we have, I guess we have to think about going knight e3, bishop e3 here, because otherwise this knight d4 is just getting played.
Yeah, I think knight e4 could be a problem. For example, if we are going to ignore it, let's say bishop d2, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. Knight e4, bishop a2. The question is, how do we deal with this knight? What do we do with it? So let's say I'm going to play bishop e7. I want to push f5. So what do? We play knight e2. And there's just no way white is fighting for the advantage here. Let's say after f5. It just doesn't feel anything.
No, I completely agree.
So this bishop is just striking there on an empty air. Nothing is happening. You need knights. And queen g4 is played by Hikaru. Like I said, it makes sense given how
just they keep on fighting over these d5 and d4 squares on the board. And you said rook a d8 was a very normal move here, and I think Aronian will play rather quickly actually, because I mean they've played it all up to this point so quickly, and if they have these normal looking moves developing their pieces, then they often play it as rook a d8 would also reintroduce the possible threat of playing knight d4. And do we have other candidate moves in this position rather than rook a d8? How about a move like queen e7 or g6 here?
I was more looking at g6. G6, bishop g7, f5. I think this makes a serious alternative. Yeah, maybe this queen e7, but then it sort of jumps under the knight e5. So knight e5, take it, and this is always sort of slightly worse.
How is the variation after bishop takes e6 instead? Isn't the white, no, in that variation, yeah, queen e7, knight d5, bishop d5, rook a d8, and then here bishop takes e6? Because I would guess that the dark squared light bishop is better than the dark squared back bishop.
That's also a possibility. I'm not going to argue. Yeah, definitely, it is possible to combat against bishop g5 threat and claim you have a slightly better bishop. So we could discuss, is this enough? But I really respect this light square bishop. That it's okay. The arrows are terrible, really. But hope you can forgive me. But it's doing something really active. So I would limit this knight with something like c3, a4, bishop e3, and this makes really a nice solid advantage for white. So I think this queen e7 we can pretty much discard, especially since Levon already committed himself to queen d7. So playing another move with queen e7 doesn't really that looks a bit strange. So I would guess g6, bishop g7, rook d8, or just imagine how Levon is thinking. Maybe there's something else. Because he's such a creative player.
He is a really creative player, and he's very good at, like Richard Report, I feel that he's very good in finding moves that we hadn't necessarily been thinking about. And now you got me all jealous because I just realized that you took a sip of your tea. It's been 40 minutes and I have completely forgotten about my own. So I need to take a sip before this is getting too cold.
Please do that before it's too late. Yeah.
No, it's very close to being too late already. I'm very happy that you just reminded me. Important stuff.
So there's some use of me. All right. So queen g4, and while Levon is thinking about his choices, did I mention the score of Hikaru with white? I think I did, right?
Yeah, you said something about Hikaru with white.
Yeah, Hikaru with white.
Ooh, I can remember
4 wins for Hikaru, 2 losses with white, and 13 draws. So I would.
So very, very solid is Levon with the black pieces.
Yeah, but Levon is very solid, and I find it actually quite interesting that the last victory for Hikaru was in 2015 in Norway chess with black, and ever since Hikaru has not won a game. Last victory for Aronian was in 2017 Sinkfield Cup, talking about the classical games. Ever since, it's been 8 draws in classical games.
Yeah, because now I'm wondering a little bit, because I feel that it was at that time they were both extremely high rated. Nakamura had his best rating of 28.16 in 2015, whereas Aronian was on 28.30 in 2014. So this was around the time where they were both really, really high up in the rankings. Of course, they still are, but they were very close to 2,800, both of them at this point, yeah?
Yeah, I checked actually also this statistic. So Levon's highest rating was 28.30 in this 2014, which makes it number 4 highest rating of all time. So, of course, the first one is Magnus Carlsen with his magical 28.82, Garry Kasparov 28.51, and Fabi Caruana with 28.40 something. I don't remember, 44, I think.
Oh, we're not talking about live ratings.
No, I'm talking about actual ratings.
Yeah. Okay, ratings published, yeah.
Yeah, the ratings published. And for Hikaru, it was 28.16 in 2015. So indeed, 2014-15, that was the peak rating for both the players. And ever since, they have played many games, classical, likewise. But by the way, I find it quite interesting, since this loss in 2015 in the Norway chess, for Aronian with the white color, he has beaten Hikaru something like, what was it? I think it was 3 wins and 8 draws.
Okay, and with Hikaru not getting any wins?
No, ever since, no. But then again, of course, I'm not sure if that matters.
It's so long ago.
Yeah, it's so long ago, and they've played so many online, these rapid super tournaments, Meltwater series. So Hikaru usually performs slightly better when it comes to accelerated time control games. So I guess we're going to see. Rook e8, by the way, is on the board.
Yeah, Rook e8 was played, so not Rook d8, but still played fairly quickly. And now I'm really wondering, why is the Rook going to e8? Is it because he doesn't want a double pawn on e6 and e5?
Maybe he just in case makes sure. Not even sure if that was a problem. Let's say Rook d8, Bishop e6. I don't see how this could be a problem. Let's say f takes on e6. Although I mean, Black is slightly suffering because of this this dark square bishop, but it also removes some dynamics. So
you have the option of going d5 quite easily, no?
Yeah, that's a big decision. Yeah, maybe bishop c5, b4. Yeah, I'm not sure. This could prove to be risky because Black has quite some dark square weaknesses, and the pawn on e5 could be maybe becoming a target at some point.
Yeah, and I don't think that Levon, he's in the mood for taking too much risk today. Also, because of the statistics that you have provided, he probably feels that he's doing quite well with the white pieces, and just a slow day today, so that he can hopefully, well, he will try to win tomorrow, of course.
No, I think Levon should be feeling himself a favorite in the classical games. I mean, of course, they are both in perfect shape. Levon feels like he's been pretty much the best player in the entire tournament, pretty much starting with the first rounds. And taking into account that Hikaru scores better, he's higher rated both in the Rapid and Blitz. I think Levon is going to try to win the match in the classical section. So move like Rook e8. This also keeps more dynamics in the game. Doesn't mean that he doesn't want to draw. It just means that he might also go for the fight in this game because, of course, he's a big favorite with the white color, but it's not for granted. Hikaru could play something super solid. They would draw, and then Hikaru suddenly becomes a favorite in the tiebreaks. So maybe I don't know what is Levon's match strategy. Maybe this is his idea: fight every single game.
Do you think, or how do you think Levon, he views his own chances in the tiebreaks? Because I feel that to be a top player, you need to have some kind of at least confidence when you're playing. Do you think that Levon, he would see himself as the favorite, or do you think that he has too much respect for Naka's blitz and bullet and rapid skill to really see himself as a favorite in the tiebreaks?
That is only Levon to answer, really, I think. But I would imagine that he is full with confidence. Especially, you don't make moves so quickly. Without 1 hour and 30, 35, 33, right? He plays the openings very fast. So this means he feels good. He's confident.
And he's been doing so the entire tournament. I also think it's very, I don't know if I would necessarily say noteworthy, but it's quite fun, I think, to see that Levon, he has won every other game, and then he has drawn every other game. And if he's going to keep this streak going, he should win today to keep this winning every other game and drawing every other game. But I have a feeling that that this little streak of his will end today. I don't quite see him winning this game.
Yeah. Well, I think everything is still ahead. So, by the way, maybe it's also worth to go back to the very early opening phase, A6. Because A6, this is also like inviting for an open fight. Because since knight f6 is scoring so well, and if you sort of don't mind a draw, why not you play the Berlin? Knight f6, right? And there's a number of ways how you can make a draw here. So A6, it's maybe slightly more risky, but it gives more chances also for Black to fight.
Yes. But Levon, he is a fighter. He is a fighter from the opening, and he is a fighter during the entire game.
A4.
Yeah, I was just looking at it. Okay, this is for sure very interesting. So earlier, Nakamura, he already played a3. Now he's spending a move more to play a4. But the real difference here is that the rook is no longer placed on a8, but it has gone to e8. We were talking a bit about this yesterday, the day before yesterday, I believe, because yesterday there was a free day because there were no tie breaks, where in the game between Aronian and Dominguez, Aronian with the black pieces, Dominguez with the white pieces, we saw that Dominguez, he played his knight from a3 to c2, which then allowed Aronian to play the move a6, b5 without the pawn hanging. I feel like it's a bit of the same here. Now Nakamura is seeing the rook is no longer an a8, so he's trying to play this a4 move under more favorable circumstances than it were before.
Yeah, there's definitely quite some logic behind this move. Indeed, so the queenside rook is gone from the A file, so why not you try to open it, the A file, and create some targets on the pawn on B5? It's difficult to tell yet where the game will proceed. I would say that black has a couple of ways how to continue. So let me just name you a couple of them. So for example, A4 doesn't allow the black queen to retreat. Maybe Levon's idea with rook e8 was to play something like queen c8 and proceed with knight e4, so that the queen on c8 is protected and he can play this knight e4. So with the move a4, Levon no longer can retreat because the pawn on b5 is going to be under attack. So I would think that either Levon protects the queen on d7 and still proceeds with the knight e4 idea, or he goes for g6. The g6 is such a committal choice because g6, bishop g7, f5 looks very tempting, especially having a look where the black rooks are positioned. This rook on f8 is not doing anything, so why don't you give it a roll? But there's it creates some weaknesses.
But how about we try to continue this variation? So g6, a takes b5, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, maybe.
If we include a takes b5 first, and then now we go bishop h6.
All right.
We could also start with rook a7, maybe. But okay, let's say we take on g7, king takes g7, knight takes g7 would hang the queen on d7, and now rook a7, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I could even play something like c6. Of course, this bishop on b7 is not doing anything, and this c6 maneuver might be very typical for the structure because it pretty much limits a white's piece activity at the queen side.
Yeah, as long as there's no knight takes b5 and bishop d5 working, then it's no issue.
Yeah, but on the other hand, c6 closes this long diagonal. So if you play g6, bishop g7, you want to play f5, why do you close your bishop on b7? So again, it doesn't really ring a bell, right? So probably Aronian is looking for something which allows him easier to execute his plan.
Yeah, but how about here? Because, with this g6, bishop h6, I didn't quite feel that it was in black's favor to trade the dark squared bishops because of the weakness of the black king. And since the king would be on g7, it gets so much harder to play f5, at least if you want to take back with the pawn. And if you want to take back with the pawn, you have to spend a move moving the king again. Then you have to take back with the rook. You get some pressure against the f2 square. The square on f4 can become weak. But I mean, it's a trade, yeah.
I agree, Alan. I mean, f5 is not for granted. Even if you push f5, you have to understand what you get out of this. For example, here f5 takes, the point was to capture the pawn, right? So black couldn't do that anymore. And rook takes an f5 might actually create some targets for white at the e file. So it's not very obvious, not obvious at all. So I think Levon positioned the rook on e8. He had some ideas of g6 and bishop g7. And now after Hikaru's a4, I think this is really smart. Levon might have to adjust his plan. How exactly? That remains to be seen.
If we try to continue with your queen c8 idea,
so I
was also thinking about bishop c8 as a possibility, trying to say that the bishop could be a little bit more active on the other diagonal, but I'm not sure if it weakens the queen side too much it is a little bit passive, I will say.
This definitely favors white. This rook here looks very active. There's no knight e4, I think, at least. So this
because
already
the c7 pawn is hanging, with the bishop on d7 also hanging.
Although you get this trade, but it's a pawn, right?
Yeah, I mean, it for sure looked very passive. I'm just, if we don't get to play f5, I'm a little bit worried about that bishop on b7, because it's pretty much at this point shooting into thin air on the e4 pawn. So I feel that it's a little bit out of play if we don't get anything done about it.
Levon might as well play b4. And b4 is another typical resource in these positions, especially since your rook already is gone from the queen side. You close the queen side for good. But of course, more like b4, it's a very responsible decision because it weakens the c4 square, which might come back at the most inappropriate moment. So even, let's say, move like
knight d1? Oh, knight d5 is the more active way to do it.
I think it's slightly more active. And if you start to defend this pawn on b4 with moves like definitely not c5, right? Because this gives up the d5 square for what, really? So I think black doesn't want to do that. Maybe there's a room for something. I don't know immediately. Let's say, can I try to be very creative? Something like bishop d8.
Very Najdorf-like move.
Yeah, and something like this. Is this even playable? I would be thinking about this. Take and knight e4.
Yeah. Now f5 pawn under attack. There could be some trades on b3 happening. Opening up for the rook on f8. Maybe at some favorable point in time, we can play e4, opening up the rook on e8. But b4 on the board, you know, they are playing it faster than we can manage to analyze it here. I guess if you don't go knight d5, do you go to e2, g3, f5? Again, this does seem a little bit passive.
I think there's a good.
I feel like you have to go forward, yeah.
You know, Ellen. Now that I look at this from black's perspective, this makes so much sense. I mean, he has positioned his pieces exactly for this moment. He is going for the f5 move, and there also might be some tricks with maybe a5, c6 to go after this knight on d5. So I think Hikaru should be expecting this. So if you play knight e5, especially if your opponent just played b4, closing the queen side, you're expecting that your opponent is not going to give up the last square bishop. So I would imagine if Levon would play actually bishop d5, Hikaru would be like, what? What are you doing, right? Because this is normally not how you play this position. Of course, there's some exceptions. So I would expect that.
Do you think we would have a classic Hikaru number 7 or on our hands if Aronian played bishop takes d5?
Well, this is such an ugly move. I can't see Levon playing this, really. I mean, unless there's something immediate.
Unless there's something c6 d5 quickly, or no.
You mean here? E takes on d5?
No, I meant with the bishop. Like bishop takes, and then if black tries to open up in the center, some c6, d5, or getting the knight to d4 quickly. Of course, there's still the pin.
This doesn't make a lot of sense, because then again, what are exactly black pieces doing here?
Knight c5. No, knight c5 doesn't work. Well,
he's going for f5. He's going for f5. I'm pretty sure if Hikaru is going to play knight e5, I'm pretty sure that Levon has some ideas for bishop d8. He's playing so daring chess here. I mean, remember his first semi-final game against Linear Dominguez? Oh my goodness. Just oh my
what goodness. A game that was, and what a preparation with the white pieces also. That was a very, very nice game. I felt like we had such a strategic battle on our hands there. That was really, really great to watch.
Okay, if Hikaru doesn't play knight e5, because knight e5 is not really mandatory, what do you play, knight e1 or knight e2? Because knight a2 is a move which you show to the kids and explain this is how you never play. Because might as well be the same idea of bishop d8, but now you can play a5, and this knight on a2 is just not doing anything. Okay, what about knight e?
Yeah, I definitely prefer knight e2 over knight d1. And that's just for the simple reason that from d1, the knight can only go to e3. But then why take the passive route d1, e3 instead of the active route to d5 if black doesn't want to trade the dark squared bishop anyway?
Yeah. But the question, of course, is where is it going to go next? Just think about it a bit further. So knight g3, g6, where do you go? Right?
Yeah, and even knight g3, we always have to look out for knight d4 if the queen is being protected, like queen c8 here. Yep. Then if knight g3, then you have to look out for knight d4 or g6 or whatever you want to play as the black pieces.
No, I don't think Hikaru is going to play knight e2 because I think good players are always thinking ahead, and especially super grandmasters. So if you play knight e2, you have to ask yourself, where's this knight going to go? If you see that after knight g3, black wants to play g6 anyway, because his rook already stands at f8 and he's ready to play f5 at some point, knight g3 just feels weird because after black's g6, there's just no way to advance further. Something like f4 might be possible, but it opens black's bishop and your rook on e1 feels weird. So I don't see Hikaru doing this unless he has some deeper idea why he wants the knight on e2, like countering the knight on e6 with some very long maneuvering game, which I don't understand at the moment. So maybe instead of knight e5 could be indeed knight e1, knight e3. Maybe this might be an idea. But then again, why not go to d5? Yeah, why not go d5? So I think Hikaru is evaluating the consequences after bishop d8, and he's just trying to figure out. Because, by the way, he doesn't have to take on b4. Who said he has to take?
How about
this? Looks risky. We can agree, right? I don't know. Maybe this is good, but it looks risky.
What if we're really creative then and we go knight e3 instead to stop f5? Oh, but knight e3. Then after g6, we can't go bishop h6 because the knight is in the way. And yeah, knight e2.
Okay. What did I say there? I said something like this knight on e2 doesn't make a lot of sense because I don't understand what the knight is going next. All right. There must be some deeper idea. So knight g3, g6. Where's the knight going to go? I must assume he didn't like this 95 bishop d8 idea. And he simply couldn't come up what to do next.
Yeah, okay. How about knight e2, and then after we play, I don't know how much time we have in this position, but if you give me a lot of moves here, I will play bishop e3, knight g3, h4, h5.
Yeah, maybe something like this, you know? This knight on g3 feels weird, but then again, it's closer to the king. Maybe once again, Hikaru is gonna maneuver with the knight.
But why spend 4 moves from c3, e2, g3, f1, e3 to go to e3 instead of a move like knight d1 to e3 or knight d5 to e3?
Well, what do you want me to say? It feels weird. It feels weird. What can I say? But there must be definitely a very deep idea by Hikaru.
Maybe is there a chance that he didn't want to trade?
Trade the knight?
Yeah, after knight d5, is there a chance that this was just not in, like, he didn't want any more unbalances in the position?
No,
or like any unbalance in the position?
I think he simply didn't like this position. That it's black who is attacking. But then again, you can even here play knight e3, right?
Yeah, but that was what I was thinking. But then, and then why does he prefer the knight on e2 rather than on e3?
Maybe there was something else after knight e5 even. You know, maybe there's something I didn't see. I just immediately saw this bishop d8. I convinced myself I like this, what I see, and I really like it because, you know, once again, you're looking from the black's perspective, everything is looking at the king side, right? For this f5 push, and every single piece is looking at the white king. That's what gave me this impression that this bishop d8 is so good, but maybe there's even something else.
But just if we try to compare here, knight e2, bishop d8, and then compare it with knight d5, bishop d8.
By the way, bishop d8 still makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Yeah, to play this f5 idea that you've been talking about, etc.
I think it makes sense. For example, let's make a null move, bishop d2, or maybe it's not even such a null move. Let's say f5 takes and knight c5.
Yeah, because I was about to say now at least we can't go knight d4 because the knight on e2 is stopping us from coming to d4, but the knight can still come to c5.
Yeah, attacking this one. Although this might be some gambit. Queen takes on b4.
Ah, and then if we go queen takes f5. A lot of pieces are looking at f2, g2, e4 is in the air. I mean,
I'm not sure if Hikaru even likes such type of positions, because the way he plays, I'm under the impression that he likes to control the initiative. Maybe that's the reason I like this 95.
Yeah, and Aronian, he's the type of person who would absolutely just love this position. If you could say to Aronian, you either get the starting position, move 0, or you get that position right there, I'm sure he would take that position right away. Mm-hmm. He loves the initiative, he loves attacking, and he loves these strategic ideas where he can play with an unbalance and try to outplay his opponent.
Yep. This is how it plays.
Mm-hmm.
From Aronian's part, bishop d8, I guess, still is playable. Doesn't mean that's the only move. Could be still g6, bishop g7, but bishop d8 feels to be one tempo faster, and g6 is also weakening the h6 square with all the consequences. What else? He might try to go for this knight c5, and he plays for something else. Okay, queen d8. This I didn't even notice. Bishop g5 must be the idea, or maybe, oh wait, it's the same. It's both knight e4, knight c5, and bishop g5. This is a brilliant move.
Oh my goodness. The queen goes back to where it came from in the starting position. Just now the rook on a8 is on e8.
I love this move totally. Yeah.
Okay, you love this move. Can you try to maybe say in a few more moves, what is it about this move that really gets to you here?
Okay, for example, if white plays knight g3.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there is one option for black to play knight d4.
That move we talked a lot about, yeah.
Yeah, but let me show you a couple of lines. For example, let's say bishop e3. There could be some ideas like take, and this pawn on b3 makes an eternal weakness. Let's say bishop c8, and this bishop is staring at the pawn. And
finally, my suggestion comes into play. Yeah.
Yeah, and you get the bishop to e6, and this pawn on b3 starts to feel really, really vulnerable. That I think Hikaru shouldn't be really happy about. So knight g3, I would imagine not so great. Alternatively, black is thinking about maybe knight c5 and d5. So another idea. Let's say white plays something. I'm just trying to imagine some kind of, or maybe just play d5 right away. By the way, let's say I play bishop e3. There could be a move d5.
Oh, this is in Aronian style because this is martial stuff.
But it drops the pawn on b4.
And he's not getting any of the compensation that we've looked at before.
No, I
because it's not open for the rooks.
I missed the pawn on b4. I mean, why I like it? I like it because there's many ideas for black. This idea of d5, this idea of knight e4, knight c5. It removes the queen from the potential pin, and it also prepares bishop g5. If you kill something like 5 birds with one stone, isn't this a great move?
I've heard that there is. Oh, I don't think you've heard. Do you know what a Kinder egg is?
Yes, I know what's Kinder egg. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So in chess, we always look for Kinder egg moves. And a Kinder egg move is a move that does 3 things at the same time. Now, you mentioned 5, but 3, that's just enough for the move to be a great move. And the reason why it's 3 things is because in the Kinder egg, you have the dark chocolate, you have the white chocolate, and you have the little gift in the middle. And combining all of those 3, you just get something which is out of this world great. And I think that is what we're looking at here.
I was actually going to say it's 2 things. It's the chocolate and the toy.
No. Because
you're dividing
no. Because you need different kinds of chocolate. Because when you put them together, it's an incredible taste.
All right. Let's think about also from Hikaru's perspective. So I really like what Levon is doing here, and there's no way he's experiencing any problems after the opening. He is already 20 minutes off the clock. Hikaru shouldn't be super happy about the rising position, but okay, let's imagine what he's supposed to do here.
So you're saying that when we're playing with the black pieces here, you really want to trade the dark squared bishops. That is why you want to go for bishop g5.
No. I didn't say that. I said it's an idea.
It's an idea. Okay.
It's an idea. You might play bishop g5, you might play d5, you might play knight e4, you might play knight c5, you might play even bishop c8. It just makes sense because look at Aronian's play. It really looks very harmonious. So this knight e8, it starts with knight e8. You arrange the knight to e6 where it's fighting for the d4 and f4 squares, right? Okay, I don't know about knight h2. I think that was some kind of inspiration. So knight e6, knight g4, king h8, already hinting at this f5. Knight f6, queen g4, rook e8. Now Hikaru picked up a very good move trying to capitalize on the fact that black has removed the rook from the a file. b4, closing the queen set for good because black rook is no longer there. And now queen d8. Why? Because the black rook already stands on e8. It's just very logical. And Levon makes it look so easy that you just look at this and wonder why you're not playing like that myself. I mean, no?
Yeah, well, I definitely wish that I could play like these players. If we try to imagine that white goes for a move, for example, trying to develop the bishop on c1 to e3, then it's important to note that bishop g5, and after bishop takes g5, we have to take with the knight because queen takes g5 would run into bishop takes e6.
Let me just show it. For example, bishop e3, bishop g5, bishop g5, queen g5. This would be terrible because of
bishop takes e6.
Yeah.
And now if queen takes g4, then the bishop is coming back and white will end up being a piece up. So when you're playing bishop g5, you are aware of this idea that you're not going to trade the queens and that you have to take with the knight. The knight can be a little bit weird on g5. I liked it on e6 because it could both go to d4 and to f4. But as you said, when white moves the bishop, it's only an idea to go bishop g5, and the threat can sometimes be stronger than the execution. So maybe we can try to make a move which improves our position before trying to go for a move like bishop g5. How about bishop c8? I like this idea of sometimes getting the bishop from b7 into play in another way, perhaps threatening to go knight d4.
But what is the move now?
Yeah, after the bishop moves, sorry.
Okay.
So bishop d2 or bishop e3.
A bishop d2 makes sense, targeting the pawn on b4.
After bishop c8, do you really want to take the pawn on b4?
I don't know. Definitely something I would consider.
Yeah, and if I go knight f4?
Knight f4.
I'm trying to trap your queen. Maybe I'm trapping it better with knight d4, I'm not sure. Yeah, so... F5.
I'm ready to go h1 if necessary.
But I'm going f5.
Oh.
Wait, no. Yeah, I don't know. Because you can also play... Well, g3, I'm always taking on e2. But I'm trying to open up for the rooks. I'm trying to get all my pieces to point at your king, the bishop on c8, the bishop on h4, and knight on f4.
It's definitely a possibility. I mean, what can I say? It makes sense. So these bishops on b4 and b3, they're definitely not helping the king. They're sort of disconnected. Yeah. I mean, why not? For example, takes. This queen.
And if takes on, I don't know if it's too many pawns here because takes on f. I was also thinking maybe takes on f5 first, attacking the queen on e8.
And again, not sure how forced is this. Let's say I'm going to take it. The queen is gone for good.
Oh, sorry, it's the queen on d8. My brain is not working.
No, actually, this is a brilliant idea. Might as well be playable.
But maybe. Well, the knight can go to f4, but after bishop c8, it can also go to d4. I'm not quite sure which one is better.
And there's also queen f3, by the way, not only queen g3.
Yeah, that was why knight d4 is what I kind of changed my mind to, because here, after bishop h4, if you go to e3, then it seems that f5 could come with a lot of strength.
But Ellen, this is also possible to play because bishop h4, queen e3. Bishop g5.
Oh, and queen g3. Wait, queen g3. Bishop. No. I'm not looking for a draw here.
No,
This
meaning
is
that Hikaru would have to consider this because queen h2, the queen is disconnected. And now once again, you could try to go for something like this. With the queen on h2, oh my goodness, I would be scared. I mean, maybe it's playable, but how do you get in the game even? So like one, I could even play f4. It's just and I'm gonna dominate the queen side completely. Bishop e6, straight, take the pawn on b3. No, I don't like this actually for white. I think this is a very great idea. So for example, if Hikaru is gonna play bishop d2, bishop c8, activating the bishop, if you really are going for this, but of course, Ellen, this brings up the question, does white really have to do all of this? So he can play what? I don't know, queen f3?
It's just that because of the knight on e2, the queen feels a little bit uncomfortable, I would say, because the queen does not have all that many squares. And since black can oftentimes use the pieces to gain some tempi to kick the queen around the board, it seems comfortable.
I like this, I think this is exactly in the same spirit as previous lines. Remember, right? These previous lines of, what were they? With this 95, they feel similar.
Yeah,
once
and
again,
bishop
you play f5, every single piece for black is positioned for this f5 push. And after 92, queen d8 again, this f5 idea might just happen. Maybe bishop c8, maybe bishop h4 or bishop g5, f5, or all the other ideas like d5 or bishop g5 or knight c5. They're also looking interesting. There's a suggestion in the chat. No one has analyzed the engine move yet. What is the engine move? Because we are not seeing the engine move. We are not using any engines here, trying to figure out how to play ourselves. Ellen is a woman FIDE master. I'm a grandmaster. So we have a lot of tournament experience. And for example, I'm also myself a Raul Lopez player with white and black. Definitely something I recognize. Some things are new to me. For example, this 98, 96, queen d8, this is not conventional. I can promise you that, but Aronian plays it and I love it.
Yeah, and please also do remember that we are reading all the chats on Twitch, YouTube, and chess24.com. So if you have any questions for us, if there's anything you want to know, please don't hesitate to ask. Of course, we can't promise that we're going to answer all questions, but we are definitely doing our best and we are reading your comments. So if you have anything, let us know. And yeah, the people are saying c3.
It makes sense, by the way, because once again, the queen side is closed for action. So black is going after this push at the king side. So why don't you try to open the queen side? Yes, that definitely makes sense. And now again, which brings the question, what do you do after bishop c8? What is your queen doing here?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe since the knight can't go to d4 anymore, can we move our white knight to g3, trying to the white knight to g3?
d3 is on the board, by the way.
Oh. Yeah, but can we play knight g3 here?
Instead of c3?
No, after bishop c8.
Knight g3. Are you not scared to lose the knight?
Well, I have queen d1.
Oh, but this is not usually what you want, right? I mean,
okay, I don't want to trade it.
Let's just clarify here. Of course, losing the not losing, but trading the Raul Lopez bishop is considered to be bad. But chess is full with exceptions. It's full with exceptions. I'm not saying that it's always going to be bad, but if you play something like this with queen d1 and you voluntarily go for this position, I don't see how this can be a great achievement for white. If he is going for this. Actually, I found a draw, by the way.
You found a draw.
I don't think it's going to happen, though. Let's say queen g3, bishop here, queen e3, bishop g5.
Okay, and on bishop f3, you don't want to fall. Sorry, on queen f3,
it just makes no sense.
Why you don't want to fall into any f5, all this stuff we've looked at.
There might be f5, there might be knight c5. Looks very risky. So this might be actually a way how the game could progress. I mean, I don't think so, but it could definitely happen. So far, Aronian's played a fantastic game.
Yeah, but that was also the reason why I was thinking about going knight g3, because I really don't like the queen on g4 together with the knight on e2. I would be so much more happy if the queen at least had the freedom to go back to the e2 square.
This is a suggestion from the chat. I mean, is this playable?
I mean, you're not really threatening anything, so can we not just go f5?
We'll just remove the queen from the attack.
Okay, f5.
And try to snatch the pawn on a6 somehow.
But how?
I don't know how.
With some bishop c4 at some point, or
Maybe you can include b takes like this. And now f5.
Oh yeah, I actually didn't even realize that the pawn on b4 was hanging. I was just.
I mean, I'm not sure how important is it really, this pawn on b4, but of course.
Yeah, that was why I didn't even pay attention to it. I was just looking at all the kind of attacks that were in the position.
Yeah. By the way, Aronian can do the same without even bishop c8. He can just take it. Just take it, and play bishop c8. And go for this f5. This also looks very reasonable. Why do you even need immediate bishop c8? And this knight g3, I don't think it's going to happen. So maybe it's something like this indeed. Queen h2 looks so weird. Queen
no, but queen h2, I just feel if you play queen h2, you're pretty much saying, I have a queen, but I'm not going to use her for anything. And I think that's the least anti-Valentine's thing that you could do. It's just so out of play on h2, and I don't see how it's getting back into the game, really.
But I can even decline, by the way, the repetition. I can play 5. Why do I need repetition? I just play 5.
Yeah, why draw?
I mean, Hikaru's position looks weird. I mean, I'm not biased here, definitely. I'm not, because looking how Aronian has been playing out the opening, I like. There's like one rhythm, and something is a bit strange with Hikaru's approach. So this entire idea of knight h2, knight g4, knight f6, queen g4, a4, knight e2 feels a bit strange. That's how it feels. I mean, maybe it's just fine, you know?
Yeah, I have to admit, I liked knight d5 better as well. It felt more active. And also when we were looking at the lines with knight e2, it's just because it's difficult to see where the knight is really going.
And there also for Levon might be ideas like knight c5. Knight c5, attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn. So bishop c2 looks risky. b3, bishop b1. And are you sure you're going to bring the rook ever in the game?
Maybe via a3 and then play d4 at some point to snag the pawn on b3.
Maybe it's like you're not sure, right?
No.
So probably bishop c4. And I think I could try to play something like this. d5 and bishop d5. Even this is good. Or maybe this is what Levon is choosing right now. He's just choosing between these two continuations. It's either... Why is it doesn't refresh? Just a second. Yeah, so it's either bishop c8 with the idea to play f5. Let's say queen g3, bishop h4, f5, or b takes include or not. Or maybe he's choosing between knight c5 and trying to figure out what's the difference between bishop c2. Can I really go for this? Because if he doesn't go b3, b takes, I think Hikaru is pretty much happy with this position, because then again this rook on f8 is not really participating in the f5 push, and d5 might run into some bishop a3. So I think it's really like comes in a package. So if you play knight c5, bishop c2, it's got to be b3, and try to understand where this position leads. But I don't really think that Levon is going to go here, because it feels a bit in the different style how he's been playing the game so far. It just feels a bit disconnected. His entire army feels a bit disconnected, right? So he went for this idea. Now the rook on f8 is weird. He changes the plan and tries to go for the rook on a1, which might be stuck after d4, bishop d3. It might not be stuck. So my best guess is he would still play in the same rhythm and play bishop c8, either or without including b takes on c3. That's what I would think.
Okay, so
play something else.
yeah, if we're looking at this possibility of playing b takes c3 versus the option of not taking the pawn on c3, what is the difference really? Because somehow out of the positions we've looked at, I prefer not taking on c3, simply for the reason that I feel it opens up white's position more, giving white more options for counterplay, trying to develop the pieces more easily. And with the pawn on c3 and the pawn on b2, it really feels a little bit more cramped in the white position, not as easy to develop the pieces. So can we do something to avoid this taking on c3, or playing in some of these more active ways with sacrificing some pawns here or there?
I mean, the idea of sacrifice the pawn on b4 is definitely there. How do you get there?
But yeah,
like,
is Aronian ready
right?
for this kind of risk?
This makes no sense, because it opens the queen side.
And the d5 square is weak, as we've talked about earlier. Bishop d2 could put some pressure. The c4 square is weak. And the a1 rook is getting into the game. Yeah?
And that's why your rook on e8 and queen on d8 now feels weird. And I think also for Levon, it's quite important that his entire strategy looks sound, that it really makes sense. I mean, it's like an artist, right? An artist sitting at the piano and he's trying to play this masterpiece. And you start in one rhythm and you want to continue in the same rhythm. Although maybe the engines are saying that suddenly completely changing the course of the game, and you start to play like a pop music, and suddenly switching to the rock music suddenly is the way to go. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. But a5 and c5, these are definitely not the moves. And I think if Levon is going to respond with b takes, this opens the queen side. So this means he is going to go for f5.
Okay.
I think this pretty much means he's going to go for f5. If he doesn't do that, what's the choice? The other choice, like I said, is already knight c5. But then again, knight c5, bishop c2, the pawn on b4 is under attack. So he needs to figure out this position. I'm sorry, not b takes, but b3, bishop e1. Yeah. And what's the next move? And super critical. Maybe something like d5, so that not allowing white to play d4.
Yeah,
for the game.
I also really, there are two things here that I really like. The first one is I really like the c3 move from Naka. I think that was the right call now that we are looking at it, because we didn't look at it before Chad said it. But I feel that it makes so much sense trying to open up for the white pieces, which have been having a little bit of trouble, trying to create some immediate counterplay so that it's not black who gets all his ideas into the position, all this bishop c8, all this knight d4, knight c5, and go for f5 at some point. So I really like c3. I feel that it creates good counterplay in the position for Naka, counterplay that he wouldn't necessarily have had if he had made another move. And then the other thing I really like is that Aronian is taking his time here. He really realizes that this is a critical moment in the position. And spotting these critical moments can be so difficult when you're sitting at the board. Mm-hmm. After the game, it's easy to say, oh, this was the critical moment. Of course, this was where I should have been thinking. But when you're sitting during the game, it's not always that easy to recognize. But here, Levon clearly sees that there's a huge difference between the moves he plays, and he can go for many different options, which both creates different positional options, strategical and tactical options. So I like that Aronian is thinking, and we do see a move on the board. He does take the pawn on c3, going for what you believe to be these f5 ideas.
Yeah, I think so. It's got to be, because b takes, and d5 now looks strange. I mean, there's definitely this idea, but then again, you open this bishop h3. And your entire army here is starting to feel weird. I mean, maybe it's playable. You just play something like bishop e7 and totally chill, right? There's nothing happening, and maybe this is what Levon is thinking. But I would say that it really makes sense to go for this f5 push.
Yeah, and since still we have been talking a little bit about, it's always important to look for what changes with the move that you make. And here, b takes c3 did change that the bishop on c1 could go to a3. And I really like you pointing out that d5 and bishop a3, this doesn't necessarily go that well for, these two moves doesn't necessarily go well together for black, simply because you're weakening the a3 f8 diagonal, which means that it makes more sense to include these f5 ideas now that the bishop can go to a3, which it couldn't in the other positions, so that in the other positions you might be able to play d5. I think you know what I mean. I hope that it wasn't too complicated, too complex maybe, but yes, I think it makes great sense.
Yep, it definitely does. G6, by the way, is played on the board. This is a move I didn't consider, but it's essentially the same idea. Going for f5, maybe even more logical than I suggested, because why do you want to position the bishop on c8 when it's standing really good on the long diagonal? So
together with the move f5, yeah?
Yeah, we're suggesting this g6 in a different circumstance, but this looks very, again, logical.
And now there is a difference in the fact that bishop h6, bishop g7, bishop takes g7, you actually do not have to take with the king. You can also take with the knight, which under some circumstances could help with this f5 break.
Yeah, f5. This is definitely his idea. But then again, Hikaru I don't think he's in a trouble. There's no trouble here. It's just black is very creative. Hikaru's knight on e2. It feels weird, but if Hikaru is going to feel threatened, he's going to play something like bishop h6, bishop g7, or maybe just trade right away at some point. I'm not sure even if you have to do that. Even this could be playable. Okay, that's probably heresy because I just gave up my Ray Lopez bishop. Something like takes, and even c4, knight c3. I mean, it just looks so equalish that. But I don't think that Hikaru wants to draw this. He's looking for the fight, but then again, he is down on the clock, 45 minutes. He should realize by now already, I think he has done it some time ago, that he has no advantage here. His opponent has a very, very good game. Okay, but how do you continue if you're white?
Well, now going for these knight g3 ideas doesn't make that much sense, as the knight is completely paralyzed by the pawn on g6. Could we try to either develop a piece? Yeah, for example, bishop h6. Yeah,
definitely. This must be the top choice for Hikaru at the moment. If you say A, be ready to say B as well. Take.
Yeah, otherwise we're just, if we after bishop g7 move our bishop back to e3 or d2, we're pretty much just giving black 1 or 2 extra tempi to play this f5 move.
And something like f4 could backfire with f5. And I have a feeling that black is much more ready for the action at the king side. This is something that white is never going to do. I mean, his army feels to have a not so great coordination as black's, which is looking for this action that, oh my goodness, for this king side action here. All right. Okay, what else? Maybe bishop h6 actually accelerates black's plan. So f4 makes no sense once again. f4, I just take it, right? Take it.
And c3 is hanging.
C3 is hanging, unless, of course, you play
d4.
Yeah, but then
e4 is hanging.
Maybe this is somewhat working, but I don't really believe it.
Bishop f5. You want to take on e8 and go g4? Or?
No, but g4 is not even a threat, okay. The bishop is protected. So.
Oh yeah, the bishop is protected.
On f7, but the king is weak. No, this is not good. This is not good. So I just wanted to show why f4 is not good, and then I try to understand why it's not good.
How about, you're probably going to think I'm insane once again. King h1.
King h1. And I play bishop g7 with f5.
Knight g1.
Oh my goodness, this is totally defensive.
Yeah, I do realize I take it. If you take, I actually don't know what I'm doing. It's just, I really feel that the knight on, I've said it a lot of times, I feel like the knight on e2 is so awkward. It really doesn't do much good for the position, as it seems like we're never ever going to play d4 anyway. It simply just weakens the central squares too much. But then I want the knight somewhere else. Using my helicopter method, I'm saying that the knight wants to go to f5, but we can't get to f5 because g6 is played. Then I'm saying, okay, we want to go to c4 or d5. From where can we go there? Maybe we can do that from the e3 square. But getting to the e3 square, maybe we do play knight g3, knight f1, knight e3, but that takes so much time. And then f5, f4 even comes with tempo. So I just, I can't see it. What is the helicopter method? So the helicopter method is that you're trying to look for squares. You take a piece and you like lift it up as a helicopter, of course, just in your mind. And then you try to visualize, where does this piece actually want to go? Then you pick out the squares and then you try to find out how the square can actually go there. So first you find the square and then you worry about how it can get there. But here it's difficult. It's really, really difficult.
You don't get a7, no?
No.
Okay.
I don't think I'll choose the a7.
Okay, I just wanted to test how the helicopter works. Maybe for Hikaru, he just needs to take one small step at a time, because thinking about the strategy, I like black once again, not getting very original here, because black's idea is very straightforward. So maybe white just needs to make these small steps. I mean, slowly improving the position. Let's say rook b1, threaten with bishop takes on e6, asking some questions. Where do you want to position the bishop? Let's say I'm going to play a bishop c6, so that removing the bishop from the attack, targeting the pawn on a4. Now make another small step, which is I don't
know. Bishop e3.
Bishop e3, bishop g7, and still f5 is a problem. Now maybe it's actually something like bishop h6, bishop g7, take it, and somehow try to get the game going at the queen side. How do you do that? Remains to be seen.
Remains to be seen. I was really looking for
maybe
for
queen
moves.
e3,
Queen
f5,
g3 to go to
f3,
e3.
f4, queen f2.
Oh, but the dark square is now like knight h5, maybe?
Yeah. Maybe you get some game here at the queen side, something like d4, rook d1. No, I think Hikaru is fine. It's just his position is a bit difficult to play, because black's idea is so straightforward, and maybe on top of it, there's the unhappiness about how it went in the opening, because I don't think this is the type of the position that Hikaru was looking for.
No, I think you're right, because at least my prediction in the beginning was that Hikaru was looking for a game with little risk, where he could keep on pressing, and this is not that kind of position.
There is risk.
There is definitely risk.
This is not kind of position, a risk-free position, play for the win. And it might as well be just bad news for Hikaru, because if he loses this game, it could be very difficult for him to come back. I mean, okay, the game is of course just started, so I think he's going to do fine. But if he loses this game with white, and taking into account Levon's amazing score with white against Hikaru, which is again 11 victories, 2 losses, and 11 draws for Levon with white against Hikaru, he cannot afford to lose today.
No, definitely not. I really think that if Well, of course, there's still a lot of game left, but Hikaru having to win on demand with the black pieces tomorrow, he would really, really be in for a tough game. So I'm sure that he will do his best here. We can see that he is currently on 38 minutes and thinking. He is going to make his 20th move, meaning that he still does have time for the rest of the game, but he also has to, consider the time just a little bit, knowing that if he spends too much time here, then he will have less time for the rest of the game.
Right. There was a question in the chat. Are we reading the chat? I think I already answered that. We are reading the chat. Maybe you're not paying attention to every single comment, but from time to time we have a peek what you're doing there. So yeah, we are monitoring, and thanks again for the nice words and everything, and very interesting suggestions. Sometimes some ideas come straight from the chat. For example, chat says, why didn't you check the engine line? Which is the engine line, right? I would like to find out, because we're not checking it.
I would like to have an engine in my brain just going.
Hikaru is fine. He will save the game. I don't think the game requires saving just yet. It's just, I find it easier to play with black. That's it. And
that can sometimes be very important.
I'm sorry?
It can be very important that you feel that the position is easier to play with one side. The position might be objectively even, but just the fact that you have a better feel for the position, that you can make your moves a little bit easier and a little bit quicker, it can very much help you later in the game.
Yep. All right, maybe once again, let's check the situation, what is happening in the candidates tournament, which is scheduled for this summer, which essentially what the Grand Prix is all about. Let us remind you, it's 8 players in the FIDE candidates tournament. Here you see it's Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is the runner-up from the World Championship match when he lost against Magnus Carlsen. Timura Jabov is the FIDE nominee due to the unfortunate declining of participation in the previous candidate cycle. Jan Krzysztof Duda and Sergei Karyakin were the 2 best players in the FIDE World Cup. Alireza Firouzja and Fabiana Corana were the top 2 finishers in the Grand Swiss in Riga. So the FIDE Grand Prix, the 3 tournaments define which 2 players are going to be playing in the candidates tournament to be held this June and July in Madrid.
It's going to be so exciting. The candidates tournament is a tournament that I'm just looking forward to every single time, because it's really just here that you see some of the most exciting chess, because it is a tournament where the only thing that matters is winning. And when the only thing that matters is winning, you can be sure to see a lot of excitement. It's just, I really feel personally, it's a huge shame that Ding Liren will not even get the option of qualifying this year. I think that's very sad, of course. He has officially withdrawn from the 3rd Grand Prix tournament, as visa issues and other issues did that he wasn't able to play in the tournament, and he has been replaced by Dimitri Andrakin, who will now play both the 2nd and the 3rd tournament. So Dimitri will have the option of qualifying. Ding Liren, unfortunately, none. A huge shame for chess, but we really, really hope that Ding, he will make a comeback sooner rather than later on the chess scene.
Yeah,
he did play a simul today for Chess 24. So if you didn't see that, you can definitely go and check it out. Ding, he played a simul against some Chess 24 premium users. I don't believe I remember how he did, but I remember that when I looked, it was something like 4-1 for him.
In Ding's favor.
In Ding's favor, yes.
It's a silly question, of course. Yeah, actually, I also had a peek during the day. I saw that him doing the broadcast. Mm-hmm. So that was very, very good to see him, and it's indeed very unfortunate. I'm not sure what is the problem. It must be some kind of travel restrictions from China, because China is very strict. Mm-hmm. When it comes to traveling. Not sure what rules they impose on Ding Liren, but it's a huge loss, of course, for chess.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Right.
And I just right now see a suggestion in chat saying, engine move, bishop takes e6. This is one we have not considered. You keep on saying that we don't want to give away that light squared bishop.
Well, it must be linked with the idea to play c4 and knight c3. Well, this could be something to consider. And again, I think I already said, normally, this is not how you play it, but there's always some exceptions, some specific concrete exceptions. What do you do? What do you do? So if bishop e6 comes with a very direct idea, why not? Okay, maybe let's say c4 and knight c3. And how do you feel about this position?
Well, the d5 square is for sure in white's favor. Queen, wait, I'm never sure if you take the pawn on f5 or if you move the queen.
No, if you take on f5, this opens the g file, and there might be rook g6 ideas.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking at least you don't open the f file, but opening the g file might be worse. So I'm also just a little bit worried. If queen e2, f4, are you really going to go f3?
You mean if you go away?
Yeah.
I don't think I want to play f4 actually, because f4, f3, the position is rather close, and my bishop.
And the bishop pair. Yeah. So don't play f4.
Maybe
can we prepare something instead?
Maybe this is what indeed could be. Yeah, but maybe something like queen h4. Queen h4, rook b1.
Oh, how about I just got the idea to play c5 at some point as white.
You mean here or earlier?
I'm not sure. I just got the idea. And then, I'm throwing it out to you, and then you can figure out how to make it work.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. So yeah. I guess it's somewhere here. So c4, bishop g7. And okay, I guess
no, but c5 now we also have to look out for the d5 move.
Maybe here.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's not really so terrible for white, because once again, what exactly does black have? I mean, it's just a semi-open file. So let's say I'm going to play rook f6. I just play rook f1. And so everything is closed.
Bishop something.
Yeah.
Bishop's a3.
Because I might just have my game at a queen side. So rook b1, knight e5. King side is closed. f4 is f3. What do you say? Bishop what? Bishop where?
Yeah, completely agree.
Bishop h6?
Yeah, now bishop. Well, now I can both consider taking and going bishop a3.
You don't want to take it. Okay. Bishop h6 takes.
Yeah, no, here I just feel that black is getting the dark squared bishop into play. So the pawn and d6 can be weak, but does it really?
I'll tell you honestly, Levon, this is definitely an idea. This is definitely an idea, and maybe it also brings some clarity to Hikaru, because bishop g7 f5 is rather unpleasant, and he simply has to ask the question, what are you going to do with this knight on e2? It's just terrible. And if you play c4 immediately, c4 knight c3, you just don't do this to your Royal Lopez bishop. It's just don't do that, please. So if you want to play c4 to get some better control of the central squares, okay, just get rid of this. Bishop right away, and now play c4. Then again,
what I really like about this plan is that I've been complaining about the knight on e2 forever, and this plan does have the option of taking getting the knight into the game again.
Well, definitely, it's an idea.
But Hikaru has been thinking for 19 minutes.
Wow, that's pretty long. And also notice the clock, 28 minutes against Levon's 1 hour and 6. That's pretty.
That's a huge time difference.
Pretty much.
Has there been one single game where Levon did not have the time advantage?
I don't recall. Maybe in one of the earlier rounds, because there was 8 games running at the same time. I wasn't really paying attention to the clock, to be honest. But in the last rounds, no, he was always ahead. He was always ahead, at least in the semifinal, absolutely.
Yeah, both games there.
Yeah, before I don't remember.
No.
But he was always pretty fast. So there's a suggestion of a line. Let me check it, how good it is. C4, bishop G7, knight C3, F5.
He goes bishop D5 instead. Yet again, another move that we had not considered.
Okay, this is also, by the way, playable. Bishop D5. Oh, wow.
Yeah. It just keeps on being these moves that we have not considered.
All right, I notify. Aha. So his idea is to force the bishop trade. If I...
Well, if C6, I guess that he wants to take on E6 under more favorable circumstances than before, because then the bishop would be shut in.
And now I have some ideas like this.
And bishop G7, bishop E3 is kind of slow for black.
I like this, by the way. Just a second.
Well, bishop G5 though. Can we do that?
Where is bishop G5?
Bishop D5, knight C5, queen C4, bishop G5. Or do you get some D4?
And I want to play bishop A3 now.
You can also go out that way. Because I was trying to just stop this idea of attacking the knight.
Yeah.
But I didn't quite manage.
It looks interesting.
E4.
Okay, you want to continue? Okay, E4. And I take it. This is definitely better for white.
Take D3.
Pawn on A6. Somewhere is hanging.
Yeah. Yes,
maybe knight G3. Okay, now knight suddenly is looking really good. Knight E4. The pawn on A6 is weak. Now this is better for white.
Yeah.
So if you take and take, knight F4 makes, I want to say no sense, but maybe I'm wrong. Take, going after the pawn on C3. I mean, I just take it, what I'm even talking about.
Oh, I just have to point out something fun. In that variation, knight F4, bishop F4, EF4. This is not a serious suggestion, but knight D4, bishop takes D4, E takes D4. And I'm very much wondering, do you know what triple pawns, what is the other name for triple pawns?
I know, Ellen, what you're aiming for.
This was not quite it.
No?
I was going to ask you if you know what the other name for a triple pawn is, or did we already discuss this?
No, we did not discuss. You taught me what is the bathtub, what is the super bathtub. I taught you what is the mini bathtub. So it was mutual education, really.
Yeah, and we see that someone in chat already knows. Screws02 says the Irish pawn center. And yes, this is indeed a triple pawn is also called an Irish pawn center. And there is a story about how it happened. I can't quite remember it, but it was something about an Irish person playing in a tournament, and then he got these triple pawns in 3 games or something. I don't quite remember the story, but there is one which is about an Irish person and getting these triple pawns, which is why it's called the Irish pawn center.
So Irish have a very interesting taste for the pawn center.
Oh, really?
No, this is what you're telling me.
Well, yeah, this guy did definitely.
All right. Okay, I mean, it looks weird. We can agree on that, right?
Yeah, of course. It's there is a great story. Maybe you can find it on somewhere on the internet.
Okay. I'm gonna check it for the game too.
Oh, really? That's nice. I'm not gonna be here, unfortunately.
All right.
Maybe then you can teach Raluca something nice.
Yeah, definitely I'm going to do. All right. I mean, the bishop d5 takes, this looks a bit risky for black in terms of the control of the squares. Knight f4 doesn't look very good, all due respect to Irish pawn center. Let's say knight c5 attacking the pawn on d3, queen c5, bishop e3, bishop a3, the pawn on a6 is weak. Unless there's something immediately, I don't like it. So what can Levon do here? I guess not take. And if you don't take it, bishop c8, I was thinking about bishop c6, by the way, the idea to force the trade, but there are some tricks with knight e4.
Is there also rook e7?
Rook e7, yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. And then I retreat with the queen. You can no longer play bishop g5, bishop h4. That was sort of my point. I mean that after bishop c6, I force you the trade, which you didn't like, assuming you didn't like. So I could do that. Alternative choice for Aronian is queen a8. Also, he could do that. I mean, why not?
So many creative moves from you here.
I wouldn't be surprised if Aronian would play queen a8, trying to push the bishop out and rearrange the queen to c6 and still sort of go after the bishop g7 and f5 idea. And the queen on c6 would actually feel really, really good. I mean, why not? And there could be some tricks with c4 maybe, I'm not sure. Or just take on e6, and white is pretty much underlining that your bishop on e7 and bishop and the queen on a8, they're just bad pieces. Take, and now continue whatever white wanted, which is
c4?
Remains to be seen. Maybe c4, maybe
c4, bishop g7.
Maybe it's exactly the same.
And now I don't feel that they're so bad.
For who? For white? For black?
Well, the bishop and the queen. At least they have ideas. Unless you're going to take with the pawn on e4. Let's say you move the queen and I take on e4. How are you?
Yeah, but this is a win for tempo for white, no? Because the queen on a8 doesn't do anything, really. It's just staring at this pawn. I mean, okay, staring at the bishop, really.
Okay.
That's how I feel.
Yeah,
I mean,
I can definitely see that.
Maybe there's also indeed this bishop c8, but this bishop c8 sort of disconnects the entire queen side. Maybe Levon is thinking about this. So you're still threatened with these moves, and queen g3 could still be a draw.
But Arthur, how do you say that while Levon is thinking for this, we go ahead and take our first break?
Let's do that. We are going to be back in 5 minutes with more tea and more commentary.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only a slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back here to the first day of the finals in the first tournament of the FIDE Grand Prix. We're sorry for the a bit longer break we had here. This was all my fault, and I'm very, very sorry. Unfortunately, they happened, and sometimes you drop your cup of tea and it goes everywhere on the table. You know, my coordination, I'm a little bit clumsy usually, but I've actually never done this. That's not true. I've done this many times. So yeah, we are back. Levon is still thinking here in the same position that we had before the break. So I guess that me dropping my tea is not that big of an issue, but over to you, Arturs.
Right, Ellen. Well, I hope you're fine.
It was cold tea, by the way, so I didn't burn myself. Right. It's okay. Yeah.
All right. Still, Levon hasn't made his move. Maybe he's trying to figure out is he happy with the equality, or he's trying to push for more. By the way, this is quite an interesting moment because I know that many players, I'm not talking about all the professionals, but many players really treat like with black, you have to equalize. And with white, you play for the win. And sometimes you get this great position with black. And let's say you have a great position after the opening with the black. You have also time advantage. But this psychological mindset is that I have to fight for equality stops from going for more. And bishop d5 is on the board.
Yeah, bishop takes d5 on the board. We looked at this briefly before the break. E takes d5 has to be played here. Taking back the piece. Then we were looking at some knight c5, but after that it felt a bit awkward with queen c4. I'm not sure if we really found any not solution, but any way to continue really.
I'm a bit surprised. Okay, let's see what Levon has prepared here. I mean, it's not a bad move. It couldn't be a bad move. So there's some kind of a very specific calculation. So knight c5. I think queen c4 is going to follow. This is very obvious because knight b3, knight d3 and knight b3, they are seemingly big threats. Also, queen c4 is not only defending against them, but also targeting the pawn on a6. So I wonder what Levon has prepared against queen c4.
Let's try to figure out what it might be. Because we looked a little bit at going for the f5 plan, but that just seemed incredibly slow as white was very quickly able to get either bishop a3 or bishop e3. So do we have other options than going for the g5 plan, f5 plan, sorry?
I think f5 now might not be even such a good move because the idea was to open the f file ultimately. Mm-hmm. And now that the white pawn stands on d5, f5 itself is not really contributing anything except of slightly activating the rook.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe bishop g5, but what about...
People are writing in the chat thinking about e4 perhaps. But didn't we look at e4, or was it only with bishop g5 that we were looking at it? Because I did mention it.
No, we didn't look at e4 at all.
We didn't look at it immediately.
No,
okay.
No, I don't recall. I don't recall that we had a look at it. So this must be his idea. Yeah. By the way, why didn't look at it?
What happens after? Aha. So the point is d4. We have knight d3 now, which means that we're not dropping anything.
Mm-hmm. Knight d3. Let's say rook f1. I could go ideas like I didn't want to trade this knight.
Yeah, don't want to trade the knight, so bishop g5. I was just wondering if we ever had ideas of going e3, because for the moment we are dropping the pawn on a6, no? after bishop takes, queen takes, and queen takes a6.
Yeah, definitely. That's a sacrifice. But it looks really good with this kingside activity, with the knight on d3, with f4, f3 incoming. It looks good. And also for Hikaru, this such a low time on the clock, this must look really scary. Yeah, I think we simply didn't pay attention to this idea because after queen c4, I didn't spot immediately e4, which, by the way, now that I look at it, it's so natural. And after d takes on e4 would be rook e4. Now black is suddenly very active. So that's why Hikaru plays bishop h6.
He went for something else. He went for bishop h6 here. And once again, just reminding you, we're not using engine lines or engine variations, but we can see the engine bar. And I did see it slightly turn to black's favor here. Can this be something like, how come? Is it because now it gets easier to play f5, or is it because we're potentially trading the dark squared bishops, or is it because when the queen goes to c4, there's these options of well, there won't be these options of going bishop a3 and bishop e3. I'm a little,
Well, Ellen, I think that Hikaru is just trying to save the game. That's my honest opinion here. It doesn't really look like he is the one who is playing for something here. With the entire idea of bishop d5, bishop h6, just imagine yourself how you're playing this for the win. Let's say bishop even bishop g7. Take it, queen c4, and black, let's say, plays even something like, I don't know, I mean, even a5 or e4. He's trying to salvage the game. For Hikaru, this is a game gone wrong slightly. There's something wrong. He doesn't like, he doesn't feel it. So he wants to trade. And there's knight d3, by the way. It's a sacrifice, no?
I didn't even see that the pawn on d3 was hanging.
I saw that, but I didn't. I wanted to finish my first thought and then take attention to the knight x and d3. And before I could explain my big idea of this, even bishop g7, Aronian very quickly plays knight x and d3.
Yeah, that came as a little bit as a surprise to me. Sometimes these things happen, especially for me. I always have a difficult time realizing if a super strong player, they make mistakes, because I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, no, there's no way they can make mistakes. I'm not saying bishop h6 was necessarily a mistake. I just didn't even realize that he would just go away from the protection of the pawn on d3 like that.
Yeah, no, of course, the big question is what happens after rook d1? Because bishop f8, this doesn't look great, right? It's a pawn down.
How does the line continue? Bishop d6? We're not including any knight takes g2, I guess, but maybe we could include knight c2.
But even queen d6. I mean, even this. Queen d6, okay. Even this, queen d6, queen d5, extra pawn. So, no, I think this must be somehow linked with the idea to play rook d1. Rook d1, and now I don't know what Levon has prepared here. I guess knight b2. Knight b2.
How about e4? Just making it an exchange sack?
I think it's an exchange sacrifice, indeed.
Oh, wait, maybe e4, bishop f8, and then the e4 pawn is hanging, so probably that doesn't work.
Or maybe just knight c5.
And then sacrificing like this.
Then sacrifice the exchange, and this is looking so nice.
This is also so interesting.
I think Aronian is going for more. So that's why he spent all of this time with bishop d5. He tried to figure this out. He tried to calculate. He was choosing between all these bishop c8, queen a8, bishop d5 ideas, and knight c5. I guess bishop h6 is just a mistake, no? He should have played queen c4, but then after e4. And knight d3. It becomes a bit unpleasant. Very, very interesting game by both players.
Yeah, definitely. This idea of putting the knight on d3 was very nice.
I think Aronian is going for the exchange sacrifice either way. Okay, maybe if white plays something like rook b1, okay, then he could play bishop g7. But rook d1, e4, I think you're right, Ellen, what you said. This pawn on e4 is too important to lose just like that. But let's say knight c5, and by now Hikaru should feel, oh my goodness, I don't like this position.
He took on f8 actually. I was just wondering if I could quickly tell a little story.
Sure.
Because this story goes back to when I wasn't very old. I think I was around 13 years old, 14 years old maybe. 13 probably. And I had a rating of 1600. And I was playing this strong opponent. My opponent had more than 1900 in rating. And I had learned about this concept of exchange sacrifices. And when I first learned about it, I thought that it was so interesting, and I thought that it was so cool because I had learned that pieces, they have these different values, and a rook is better than a bishop or a knight and everything. And I was like, I learned about this concept of exchange sacrifices. And then I was playing this strong opponent. My position wasn't very good, but then suddenly I made this exchange sacrifice. And, you know, I was so proud of myself. I was sitting there, oh my God, I learned something new. I can use it in my game. I'm sacrificing some material. I mean, how crazy is this? I'm sacrificing material. And then my opponent didn't take the exchange. And I was the most devastated 13-year-old you could ever have imagined. I was just like, no, I make this beautiful exchange sacrifice and my opponent doesn't take it. It ended up being a draw, so I was quite happy either way, but it was just this disappointment of my opponent not taking my exchange when I was sacrificing material.
That sounds like a traumatic experience.
Well, it was also a very fun experience because it was the first time that I had learned to sacrifice material like this, and that the value of pieces is only relative to the position on the board. So it was also a very educational experience.
What a rude opponent, indeed. Right. Okay. Listen, we have some moves here. Wait, not this one. Bishop f8.
He just took immediately an e1 instead.
I play queen c4. Hikaru is down a pawn for nothing.
So Hikaru was the one to sacrifice a pawn. Do you go queen c8 to protect both of the pawns here, or is that too passive? Queen a8 also an option, because then queen takes c7 is met by queen takes d5.
Wait, but there's one thing I don't really follow.
Mm-hmm.
We go back to this position.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you go for this position? For why? Why do you go here? Because you play bishop h6, knight x and d3 is such an easy move. So what did you miss here? Is it the idea of rook d1, and did you miss knight c5? Or maybe after rook d1 there's something else? To be honest, I don't see. What's the problem? For example, rook d1, knight b2 is bad because this knight on b2 probably is trapped, right? So I guess we don't want to do that. So what did they miss? Knight c5? Because if you go for this setup, bishop h6, you give up the pawn, you take it, and then you just play this position without the pawn and say everything is good.
Mm-hmm.
Does it look logical to you?
Well, maybe it can just be that he didn't see anything better. Did we see? Well, we did see queen c4.
Yeah, but was this so bad, really? This one, was it so bad? E4, d4, knight e3. Is it so terrible?
I guess we didn't have a lot of time to compare this position. Or to look at this position in depth.
You're right. I mean, we didn't compare it for long, but is it really so bad? I mean,
well, I'm not sure, but you can understand why it looks a little bit unpleasant for the white side. You mentioned this idea of f5 yourself, which when you're low on time, it can be very annoying. And with f5, f4 potentially coming and no obvious way to stop this, going f3 is really a move that you don't want to make, because after f5 you haven't gained anything else than weakening your position. So this looks I would say this looks uncomfortable, whereas in the other position he might feel like he's the one trying to create some initiative and he's the one creating counterplay. Maybe it was something about the nature of the position that he liked better here.
Probably. Yeah, probably he simply compared those positions and realized that this one is, okay, down a pawn, but he has some activity. So I guess he's going after the pawn on a6, rook b1, queen c6 might be the ideas. And despite the fact that he's down a pawn, this bishop on f6 has a potential to be a minor piece to the knight. For example, let me just show you some perhaps possible lines. Queen d7. Let's say we don't take the pawn on a6. I just want to show my brilliant point. Something along the lines of this. So the knight goes to d5, and the rook goes to b7. So if
this is compensation.
Yeah, if he managed to get something like this, for example, get the knight to d5, and this must have been Hikaru's idea, that he's trying to minimize the damage.
We have a suggestion from GM Swat Atalik from Serbia in the chat that the knight on e2 can potentially go to c1, a2, and b4.
Yeah.
Then it has squares on c6. It has it's attacking the pawn on a6. It's a very active knight compared to the one on e2. At least it's a nice route also, I'd say.
Or maybe knight e3 as well. Knight e3, knight b4, knight c6. That's a brilliant idea, definitely. Oh wait, I made a 6 here. I didn't know you could do that, actually. Okay.
I had never considered that either, actually.
Wow.
It's also 9 if you turn it around.
Wonders of the world. All right. All right, queen 8 is on the board.
And now let's try to look at the forced variation first. The forced variation is probably taking on c7, no?
Yes, taking on c7. I grab the pawn on d5.
But now white gets a lot of pawns traded, which I guess you're fairly happy with. How about c4?
And queen d2?
King f1?
Do you like it?
I don't know. If I can play c5 soon, I'm very happy that if I get pawns traded, because when you're down material, something that you really, really want to do is trade pawns. Whereas when you're up material, what you really want to do is trade pieces.
Yeah, but the problem is going to be this knight. This knight is never going to go to d5 now. I mean, I'm going to position the bishop on a5.
Yeah.
Queen c6, bishop a5, bishop b4, a5.
Okay. Yeah, bishop d8 was a very nice move.
Yeah.
Also, we do see that this is a kind of Najdorf structure we have, actually, if queen takes c7 and queen takes d5. With the pawns on d6 and e5, something you really want to do is activate the dark squared bishop, because right now it's blocked from the pawns on d6 and e5. And when you go to e8 to d8, you can get it out via b6 or a5.
Yeah.
Many
There's definitely ways to activate it.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm very happy that Levon played queen a8, because I was looking towards this queen a8 maneuver some time ago. But on a serious note, the idea, I guess, is to play rook b8, activate the rook. So let's say Hikaru doesn't take the pawn. I don't think he's going to take it. Let's say rook b1. And after rook b1, I play rook b8.
And if takes and takes on a6?
Yeah, there could be some activity here. Check. Here, king and something as annoying as queen f1.
Yeah, how about...
Oh, this looks so dangerous.
Oh, now the knight can't even move, because I was going to suggest queen e1, but on f1, the queen is pinning the knight to the queen on a6. Oh,
this looks pretty much overish. I don't know, g3, check here. Now everything falling apart. Looks dangerous. Queen 8 is a brilliant move. It's a brilliant move by Levon. And it's, Helen, I look at the position, I start to question, where exactly did Hikaru make a mistake? And I go back to this position of bishop h6. This feels like the real mistake. The position was not really pleasant. And I think this is a classical 2 mistakes come in a row. I mean, mistakes come in pairs. There's this rule, right? That you make a smaller mistake, you already don't like your position, and the mood drops, or you make the bigger mistake. So I have a feeling that this bishop h6, it's just not great. I understand the concept. I understand the idea of Hikaru's idea to sacrifice the pawn, going for the queen's activity, but this queen a8, sort of negates it, no?
Yeah, I completely see what you're saying.
And white cannot even play queen c6. This would be great, right? Go for this idea once again. Rook b1, c4, knight c3, but black is simply faster.
Yeah, no, this is the real issue, that black has that one tempo more to really bring the rook into the game. The rook could go to b6 or b3, anywhere along the b file.
Yep. Wow.
So how do we try to create counterplay as white? Are we playing knight c1 here? And then if rook b8, knight b3?
Yeah, let's try.
Sorry, knight d3.
Knight c1, rook b8. Okay, knight a2 could be a5, right? And this knight is never going to go out. Okay, let's try knight e3.
But if you play a5, then maybe there's queen takes c7, or maybe there's queen takes c7 after rook b8 immediately.
Knight e3, a5, queen c7. Oh, that's, by the way, a good point, because
yeah, I mean, even in the beginning here, knight c1, rook b8.
Right. You just take on c7, and I cannot take on d5. The rook hangs, and also the pawn with 7 hangs. That's a very good point.
And if you play a move like king g7, well, I believe I won the pawn back.
Knight e3. Knight b4. I think this is something I want to stop, because if I don't, let's say I play some random move. Now this pawn is under attack.
And a5, knight c6, and the pawn is weak again.
This could become really dangerous for black. Because if the pawn falls, a5, a6, a7, can easily turn the tables. So you have to play a5. You have to stop that. And maybe this is what Hikaru is looking at right now. Rook b8, and maybe something like rook b5.
Oh, rook b5 is nice, yeah.
But the game is not over yet. I mean, it's still going. Takes, e4, the pawn on c2.
Yeah, because I was thinking now maybe we have some knight b2, knight c4, but if we're dropping the pawn on c3, then
might be too much, right?
Yeah.
All right, how did it go again? So I like this idea of knight c1, by the way. I think this knight on e2, we just have to go back. We just have to go back to this moment in the opening. Where was it? Let me just try to scroll it and find it. Here. Remember? I said, I don't like it.
No, I completely agree. I have been complaining about that knight on e2 for hours now.
95 looked more natural. 91, 93 even looked more natural. But 90 just no. There was some idea for Hikaru which didn't work. It just didn't work. I mean, he wanted to do obviously something. It didn't work. Of course, he knows that the knight on e2 doesn't really belong, but there was some idea and it didn't work. So queen a8, okay, knight c1. What do we play? Rook b8, knight e3. There's the octopus, okay.
If the queen c7.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, king g7.
Yeah, and then knight d3.
a5. Oh wait, the pawn is still under attack.
Yeah, but queen c7, queen d5. Now it's different.
Wait, a5, rook b1. So we assume that every queen c7 is going to be queen d5, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so rook b1, rook b8.
Rook b5.
Yeah, but rook b5 drops another pawn on c3.
Oh, this was the exact same. But can we? No, we can't. Yeah. Okay, that was what we couldn't.
Well, what
He went for rook b1. But now, why not rook b8?
Yeah, rook b8, of course. It has to be. Otherwise it's going to play queen c6. Yeah, of course, rook b8 blitzed out.
Rook b8, rook b4.
Maybe some rook b4. Yeah, maybe this is Hikaru's idea. Keep the knight on e2 so that the pawn on c3 is not under attack. I think he's going to play rook b4.
Yeah, he has played it actually. So these, I actually don't know what these kind of moves are called. I remember that I read it once. The move where you can take at the other end of where your piece can go, but then you stop midway. Or maybe it was, I heard it during some commentary with Fabiano Caruana, who said it at the World Championship commentary, where he said these moves where the piece stops like on the way to grab the other piece. These moves, they are quite difficult, but they can actually be very strong sometimes because you don't trade under your opponent's conditions, but you try to make your co-liner, a co-liner move apparently, which makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
Was it Hess who said it? Okay, it was Hess. I'm sorry. I just remembered that it was those three who did the commentary. The one time I watched it, I learned something. Yeah, so rook b4, stopping midway, very, very good.
So let's just show what happens after the rook trade. After the rook trade, Hikaru is going to take with the pawn, and his idea, I guess, is to establish a pass pawn. So, for example, let's say Levon plays something super solid, king g7, a5. I want to play b5, create a pass pawn.
But maybe could we then consider, as our pawns they're so far advanced, could we consider the queen takes c7?
You mean where? You mean here?
Takes king g7, takes c7. Are we not getting some compensation here, like queen? Oh, queen b6 is queen d1. Oops.
Yeah. I mean, maybe. Okay, maybe we can play something like knight c3, and then rely on the advancement of the pawn. But still, I'm a bit afraid of the last rank, the possibility for the bishop to join the attack. The king is weak. I'm not going to argue. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. But I think the a5, knight c3 looks a bit more under control. But let's say black does something like this, and he is oblivious what is happening. Could be tricky. h5, b5 takes, and again queen b5. And who is even playing here for the win?
I think maybe it's time to call the arbiter if you're black here and say, you know what, I think it's time to go home, get some rest.
Okay, so I think Levon is not going to take it here.
No, I think you're right. It gives white the kind of counterplay that we've been looking for. How about now we use our tricks against white? Is rook b6 too much?
Rook b6, yeah.
Rook b6, queen a7 again.
I was thinking about it for 5 seconds, and then I found
a5. Yeah. I mean both a5, but yeah, and queen a7. It's
yeah, rook b5 drops the pawn, right? This is very interesting resource by Hikaru. Of course, I see, by the way, the bar. The bar says black is clearly better, but if you have to ask how immediately to play.
There's a question in the chat saying, why not play a5 yourself if a5 is such a problem? And I think it's all a question about where the pawn is weakest. And on a5, it does limit the white knight a little bit, but you lose control over the b5 square when you play a5.
I think Levon is going to play a5. He's just trying to not to play it. Just trying to do everything not to play it, because like you said, yeah, this b5 square is weak. So he could play, maybe Hikaru's idea is rook b5, take, a takes makes no sense because this creates a pass pawn. So queen b5 and try to hold this position, but it's holding. It's holding. There's no way Hikaru is playing here for the win.
Yeah.
There's no targets. Black can play king g7. Maybe white can. Oh wait, maybe there's some ideas with knight. Oh wait, just a second. Okay, black needs to be accurate. Maybe bishop g5. Stop this idea of knight c1.
And now can we ever consider going c4?
Yeah, and bishop d2.
C5.
Yes.
Oh, I was thinking c5, and then but if you take on d5, there is no queen e8 check. It doesn't
queen
work.
E5,
yeah.
Queen e8, king g7. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. It could be quite a forcing line that Levon is trying to figure out right now. So, for example, rook b5, queen b5. So, knight c1.
We never take with the a pawn, by the way, because then that a5 pawn for black is just too much.
Yep.
We want to take with the queen to keep some control over the position.
So bishop g5 stops that. c4 makes sense to position all the squares at the light squares and making this bishop feel bad. And now I'm not so sure. Maybe king g7.
Knight c3.
Knight c3. F5 drops against queen d7.
Yeah.
Bishop d2.
Knight e4.
And bishop b4. And then somehow try to activate the queen. But still, Hikaru is very active.
Yeah, now you have to, as black, look out for these knight g5 or queen e7, queen f6 ideas.
That's why Levon is thinking here. He's thinking ahead. He's not like, what move should I play here? Oh, it's a5. Okay, let's go. Because a5 pawn itself might become a target against this knight c1, knight b3. It also weakens this b5 square for the queen. And he's just looking for the alternatives. What else can I do? Because, by the way, white is already threatening to take on c7. So why not start with king g7?
And now if you take on c7, this transposes to something else we were looking at, no? If takes on b4, c
yeah, but this is good for black.
And then after knight c3, didn't we?
Sort of, but I was a bit afraid to play this line. I was
How
afraid.
about e4?
What?
E4?
No, queen is under attack.
Oh, sorry.
No, I think actually after queen, king g7, there's queen c6. This is what I would be a bit concerned about. I'm slightly tired. I'm slightly tired because rook b4 is impossible. Queen c6, can I even play this? Because if I lose the b file, remember, right? We discussed this.
Yeah, this looks unpleasant. But also rook b7 to go to a7 probably wins the pawn.
Wait, and he plays it. So these pawns could actually promote. So you need to be super careful. Not even to mention knight c3, knight e5. King g7 is played. Wait a second, Levon. What are you going to do after queen c6?
Chad is completely calling me out here. I was about to say shoot. Okay, I was about to say shoot. So, calling me out is fine. But I had good intentions in mind. Okay, I'm just saying. Yeah, please continue.
All right, queen c6. I guess it's queen a7. It has to be queen a7.
Wow, these are some tricky moves.
Yep. I mean, what else, right? Otherwise, black, white already is threatening to take. Play rook b7, c4, activate the knight, or maybe just don't take on a8 at all. And okay, we can take it really, really deep because queen c6, Hikaru already sees that it's most likely going to be queen a7. Most likely. So he still doesn't want to take. I don't think he wants to take on c7. Maybe try to improve the knight. Something like knight c1, knight b3, knight a5. Maybe try to go this way once again.
I have a serious question here.
Yep.
What is black's plan if white does nothing? How will black improve? Is it to move the bishop to go f5, to go e4, or how is it?
I think black wants to activate the bishop and make sure that the white knight doesn't land on c6. Does it qualify as a plan?
Am I allowed to say no?
I mean, what do you want me to hear?
But what if I go knight c1 in this position? Then you can't stop it, yeah?
Yeah, but that's why we are going to play bishop g5.
But you just play king g7. So I go knight c1. Then I see your bishop g5 idea and I raise you with knight c1.
This is only an expression in some old poker movies, no? This is not how they play poker. I mean, I see your bet and I raise you with nobody talks like that, really. If you look at some old poker movies, like I think it was the Maverick, they use this expression, but I think the poker professionals usually are smiling to it. No, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, not too sure. But I just know it's a poker expression. But it's not always used in poker.
No, it's some old term, I think.
Yeah, and someone is saying see and raise is illegal in real poker because when you see something, I think it means that you check. But yeah, it's never mind. It's knight c1, and I want to go to b3. What was your counter to this?
All right, that b3 knight f5 is incoming. What are we gonna do about it? I mean black. We black.
We black, indeed.
We black.
Well, a5 is still rook b5. Are you still going to go queen a7? I just don't know what the queen is doing on... Oh, I have an idea. Queen a7. Oh, no! You stole my idea before I had the chance to say it.
But it's under attack, so...
Ah, okay. No, I didn't. Yeah, but okay. So you saw my idea and then you realized that it didn't work, but you pointed it out anyway because you knew I'd say it. Aha, aha, aha. He played knight g3.
What?
He wants to go to e4, I guess, but from where do you go from? Maybe he just wants to...
There must be something that he didn't like after knight c1. I'm not sure what, really.
But is it just perhaps the bishop g5, knight e4? The bishop can't go many places except for h6? Or maybe then, when you take on c7, you're also threatening to take pawn on d6, attacking on f7. No? So if black does nothing, let me just show this. Bishop g5.
h5.
You play, okay, knight e4.
So your idea is you want to play knight g3 to capture the pawn on c7 at some point, right?
Yeah, and then d6.
It's a reasonable idea. Why not?
h5 was a nice null move, by the way.
I think this is the kind of move that, again, Levon wants to avoid, if possible.
Yeah, rook b5.
At some point, he might have to play rook b5, take, and take. I don't like this too much. Just a second.
Yeah, no, this seems not too nice.
Black desperately needs to activate the queen. So far, Hikaru is leading very active defense. So we didn't like what he was doing. We didn't like it. Do you like it? I didn't like it.
No, I didn't like what he was doing, but I like how he's handling it just
now he is playing it really active.
Yeah, I like this idea of rook b1, rook b4, co-linear. I've learned from chat that I'm supposed to pronounce it apparently. And then knight g3 is more active, at least at first sight, than knight c1. He's trying to prove that the bishop on f6 is locked in by its own pawns, that it's not very active, and yeah.
All right, how do we continue here? The $1 million question.
The $1 million question. Okay, can we come all this in advance and play bishop d8 now?
Bishop d8.
Yeah, so knight e4, I want to go f5, perhaps.
Do we want to play f5? It weakens the king against potential perpetual checks.
But I just don't see many other plans for black unless we
okay. What is your plan, Ellen? I mean, I tried to figure out for some time myself. What is black's plan? Try to improve the position. So
okay, I put the bishop on d8.
I'm just standing here.
Okay, you're just standing there. Queen a7. Okay, h5. Maybe now I go bishop h4. No, I'm joking. It was a test. It was a test.
Nice test.
Thank you. Let's see. h4. f5. e4.
e4.
Bishop f6. Takes b4. Queen d4. I'm trying to trick you. If you take on a6, I have queen d1 checkmate. But are you sure that those are just wrong?
I don't know. I mean, it's just something. Let's say bishop goes. Where do you go? Even b5, f5. Here, a5.
King f6. Is your d5 pawn getting weak?
This is risky. I think we don't want to allow the knight to get to c6. No, this is not easy. I tell you honestly, it's not easy. h5, by the way, is on the board.
Yeah. I wasn't sure about h4. It was just because I thought the knight. Well, I wanted to kick away the knight with f5.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why Levon has included h5. Maybe it's just for some very future positions. His king is going to need escape to h6. I don't really get it at the moment. So let's say I just play king f1. I mean, okay, Hikaru can play knight e4, but even king f1 just could be difficult. So let's just try to imagine a way for, let's say, okay, I'm going to play king f1, a way for the black queen to escape the a8 square.
I see a suggestion.
Yes.
Rook c8 to play c6.
I play queen c6.
Okay, you're not letting me play.
I was sort of expecting this move at some point. Yeah, maybe rook c8 to play c6. So I play this queen c6, which is a move which is always hanging in there. Maybe there's some moment when you can go this, but this is very risky. No, once again, if white managed to get the knight to d5, he's going to be the one playing for the win, despite the fact that he's down a pawn. At least I think so.
No, I completely agree. This is very, very good compensation.
And for Levon, he's also a bit in a tricky spot here because it's not like he desperately needs to win. I mean, okay, he absolutely enjoys the fact that he has this better position. He knows he has the better position, but he might also suspect it's not enough. And then again, there's this thought that this is match strategy. Tomorrow I have white. I have such an excellent score against Hikaru with white. So even if I don't win this, it's not a tragedy. You might be thinking why he should be thinking about this, because this sometimes is in my head as well.
Yeah, I completely see what you're saying. And the chat there also saying, yep, clock. Because Hikaru is down to 10 minutes. He's going to make his 29th move. Though I would say the position for him has gotten a little bit easier to play over the last few moves. He's done very well in trying to improve his position and make it more easy to play. He has gone for 94. So how much time matters in this position?
It definitely matters. Yeah,
it matters, but I think but let's imagine just for a second that we had gone for the position with c4 and knight d3 instead, where there were so many pieces on the board. It was so complicated. You might have had to endure this threat of f5, f5, f4.
Here, I already forgot where was it. Like here?
Yeah, bishop d5 takes, knight c5, queen c4, and d4, d4. Yeah. So let's try to compare this and say that he had the same amount of time. Don't you think that time would matter much more in a position like this than in the position that we see now?
Maybe I just don't think it's so bad for white, but yeah, I mean, I like black's position.
It might not be so bad, but it could still be very, very difficult to play compared to what we have now, where at least his pieces are active and that he sees clear plans for how he wants to play.
Well, that's why Hikaru is a super grandmaster. He doesn't mind giving up the pawn because he probably saw something from afar, that he saw that position, which probably was dangerous. And then he saw this position. He thought, okay, I'm down a pawn, but at least I have a good knight. I control all the light squares. So I should be somehow able to hold this.
He did go for bishop d8. This was something of what I was looking at as well, just to make sure that the pawn on c7 won't be hanging in any of the variations. I was trying to free up the black pieces a little bit, but I still find it difficult to see how to free them up, because still after rook b6, you always go for this this b5 move, I guess.
Yeah, wait, I have an idea.
a5 move, sorry. Yeah.
I have a very deep idea. Not sure if you're gonna like it.
If it's a deep idea, I'm sure I'm gonna like it.
I think maybe he's preparing at some point. It's probably going to sound ridiculous. Let's say king f1, rook c8, with this once again idea to play c6. And now after queen c6, maybe there's some better circumstances to play this than play d5. And the king could be very quick to get to the pawn on c6. This is the only idea I can even think of. So
if you had calculated this correctly, yeah.
Yeah, this needs to be calculated very, very carefully, very carefully. So even position like, okay, this probably is just losing, right? Takes, king goes here. Yeah, that's probably.
Okay, I guess because of the d5 pawn, it's clear. But if the d5 pawn hadn't been there,
if what?
So in
this position.
Yeah, if the d5 pawn wasn't there.
But it's there.
Yeah.
It is there. I see it quite clearly. It's there on d5. So I mean b5, king goes here. Yeah. Although okay, I think white is missing some tempo. Not entirely.
Yeah. Knight b4, there's rook b8. Or king c5. King c5.
Should be winning for black. So maybe this is Levon's idea. He is actually preparing this rook c8 idea, which immediately, I'm not sure why it didn't work immediately though. About here. I did say something about this. Wait, was it rook c8, queen c6?
Queen c6.
Take. Aha, this is something else.
Because of the knight not being.
The knight is still not here.
So now the knight is much more passive than it was in the other variation.
Yeah, and I could get something like this with unclear consequences.
Still, the black king should be fast, no?
So, yeah. But then again, why do you play h5? Why didn't you play bishop d8?
Yeah, bishop d8 first.
And then after knight e4, play rook
Maybe he was just sure that he wanted to play h5 at some point anyway.
Oh wait, the c6 is not even a threat. The pawn on d6 is under attack. Oh.
That is a good point. But how about c5 then? No, forget that.
No.
Well, maybe he wanted to indirectly. No. Yes? No?
So again, king f1, rook c8, queen c6. Oh wait, what queen c6? I only discussed queen c6. I'm just gonna make some null move. King g1.
Yeah.
There's no c6.
But maybe there's f5 and c6.
That's a good point, by the way. And then c6. And now if you put, maybe that's why he included the h5, so that after something like this, the king has an escape to h6. That would be super deep thought by Levon.
An escape to h6? What, where, why?
I mean, so that the pawn on h5, the king on h6 escape sometimes feels more secure instead of the pawn on h7.
And he was thinking, yeah, and he was thinking that he could always kick the knight away from e4 with f5.
Yeah, maybe. And now c6.
But Hikaru went for a5. Trying to fix the pawn on a6.
Okay. Now this brings the question: what do you do against rook c8? Rook c8. I'm gonna play queen.
Okay, sorry, I have an insane idea. I think you're going to hate it, but I just have to say it. g4.
g4.
And my not very subtle idea is to make
move, no?
Oh yeah, after rook c8. My not very subtle idea is to make sure that you cannot kick the knight. Oh wait, you can still.
That's definitely a good move. I mean, it's not an insane move. It's a good move, but it's like you said, securing the knight. Want to play g5? It's
and just making sure that you can play c6 because of the d6 pawn hanging. But I don't know if, and I mean now if you go f5. Probably the white queen and the bishop, they are working, and the rook, sorry, they're working quite well together against the more weakened black king. Because f5, gf5, knight g3 could be a huge problem for black.
Yes, absolutely. Here. All of black's pieces are a bit not helping the weakened black king. No, actually, that's a great idea. Even g4 could be played right away. Hikaru played a5, I guess, to stop the idea for black to play a5 himself. Let's say something like this. Let's say g4, h takes, a5, rook b5, take it, and maybe black can find a way to activate his queen with something like queen a7, but Or maybe even f5 is going to be queen d7 at any point. No, even here was g4, but we're playable. But okay,
he played queen a7 instead.
Queen a7. How exactly is Levon going to win this?
Slowly.
How? Maybe he has to push this f5. And then what? Bring the king closer for the trade? I don't get it, really.
But let's imagine we play g4 again.
G4 is definitely a move, a very serious move. Totally on top of Hikaru's mind. Totally. Or maybe just play something more quiet like king f1. G3. Okay, Hikaru decided to play it safe. G3. G3, king g2. He can always play g4. Yeah, g4 was a very committal decision with such a low time on the clock. But
how about if we play f5 now? We try to use the advantage of white not having gone f4 immediately.
f5.
G4, sorry.
Yeah, knight e2. And now I'm going to try to play, let's say,
Can we do h4?
No, e4.
Oh, e4, e3. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Let's say knight b3.
And if e3, knight d4, or?
There could be e3 immediately. By the way, yeah, why not immediately?
Well, e3, knight
or even
d4.
bishop f6. Activate the pieces first.
And then on knight d4, what do you want to do? Do you want to trade?
Just take. No?
And then I take on b8. Oh, then you can take on f2, sorry.
And I take, and somehow I try to play this queen endgame with no risk.
Yeah, okay.
So that would be great.
Yeah, my idea was to take on b8 first, so that if you took with the queen, I could take back with the queen on d4. But there's a bishop takes f2 intermediately.
You know, actually, Ellen, I like your g4 more than g3. The question is why he didn't play it. There must have been something.
Well, it's a little bit weakening of the dark squares for sure, but it's just to try to make sure that black can't really keep on trying.
Yeah, but it keeps the knight on e4.
It's almost like a fortress, no?
Not yet, but there is some potential.
Potentially.
Okay, I don't know what was the reason. Definitely g4 was in Hikaru's mind. He saw it. He didn't blunder this. So g3. Now f5 makes sense. f5, e4, activate the bishop. h4 you mentioned before, right? Or was it after f5?
I think I mentioned h4 with the knight on g3 and then knight e4, f5.
No, you said about here. You said something like about h4.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's true.
I'm going to take it. I'm not sure. All right. Levon is thinking he has half an hour on the clock. Hikaru is in a semi-time trouble, 7 minutes. I know that for Grishuk, a time trouble playing an increment is not a time trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Once supposedly said it. What about Hikaru? He's one of the fastest players in the world. Speed demon, sometimes dubbed.
Maybe he can play with minus seconds on the clock and still not be in time trouble.
Maybe he's not concerned about time trouble at all. For him, it's so easy. So easy to play fast moves.
Oh, maybe. No, I don't know. How does time trouble work for Hikaru? Maybe time trouble for Hikaru is someone making him wear a blindfold while he's playing on increment.
Did you read that somewhere?
No.
All right.
But if he has to play it blindfoldedly, then maybe it's kind of time trouble for him. F5 is played, knight e2 is on the board.
You think Hikaru would be in trouble if he had to play this position blindfold?
No, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to figure out what's really time trouble for Hikaru.
I don't know. I guess a time trouble for Hikaru is being very long clock and a difficult to play position. That is time trouble. I mean, it really depends on the style of the position, how easy it's to make the moves. If it's very complex, not obvious defense, your king's under attack, then I guess it's a time trouble for Hikaru as well. But if it's a lot of maneuverings, I don't think it's really a time trouble. But for example, I touched this topic about playing blindfold. I think it would be pretty much the same performance by both players. They don't need it. Wow, rook b4. Wow, that's quite something.
Okay, that was a committal decision, yeah?
Very committal. There must be something very specific coming.
What is his idea?
Ah, queen b7.
And what's the point?
Stopping b5. No?
Or what happens?
No.
No, but queen b7, queen c6?
Queen b7, queen c6, you have this check. Okay, this I missed.
And if you take, then you're getting into some of the same endgame problems as before.
Yeah, some issues like this. And your extra pawn here at the king side. Doesn't matter. Okay, e4. And I guess the threat is e3. Oh, wait a second. Is this so clear? I'm going to play knight b3. Knight b3 is on the board. If I play e3, I play knight e4.
Not queen d4?
Whoa. That is so cold. That could have been missed, actually.
And bishop f6 is met by f takes e3.
Yeah, there's definitely a way to misplay this, but Levon played bishop f6 right away so that there's no discussion. You don't have any knight e4.
Yeah, so he goes for bishop f6. Now he wants to play e3.
Yeah, now the big question is what has he calculated against b5? It's got to be
try e3.
Yeah, it's got to be 3. So I play king f1.
f3 is a decision we do not want to make here because e2 check, and you actually cannot stop the pawn from promoting because we're also protecting the square on f1. But maybe can we talk a little bit about how fast Levon has played in this position?
But he has spent an entire hour on the clock.
Since when?
Since the start of the game. No, you just said he's playing so fast, and compared to the previous games, he spent the entire hour. Huge for Levon's standards for this tournament.
Yeah, true.
Oh, I don't know. Let's say e3, king f1, because I don't want to take here on e3. Why? Because this activates the queen, the black queen, and these pawns, they might not matter at all what you're doing there because black is gonna launch a very nasty attack. So I think
G2, bishop e5 is a problem. Probably.
Yeah, I think I might want to sacrifice this pawn, take it, and now try to. But still looks super dangerous for white. That's a brilliant play by Levon.
But isn't there any way white can try to do something about it? Okay, he went for. I was considering something like b5, e3, b6, but I don't know if it's just dropping the pawn.
No, he's meeting e3 with f4.
Oh, now he's doing it because e2 is dropping the pawn.
Yeah, e2, queen e2, and there's no progress for black. All the penetration squares are covered, and the queen on a7 cannot join the game. So I think Hikaru is trying to contain the black queen on a7 so that it's unable. Oh my goodness, it's unable to join the attack.
But how about we start to create some play here as black? We are playing the
queen
move.
b7 no. Oh wait, but it's knight e4.
The queen b7, knight d4. I was thinking if it was still possible to go. Oh, that's actually funny because I was thinking if it was possible to go queen c6, but after the checks on d7, the king is very safe on h6.
Yeah, this is by the way, this is the point which I told you why I felt that this inclusion of h5 actually might be important at some point later, so that after king h6, the king is feeling a bit exposed here with the pawn on h7. With the pawn on h5, it feels, a bit well protected. That's a great defense by Hikaru.
Great defense, yeah, but I also don't know why Levon rushed.
With what?
With taking on b4. Did he have to do it? He didn't even try to go for the rook c8 plan.
You mean rook b4? Yeah. Yeah, because White's idea is to play b5. b5, queen b5, h6, queen b7, promote. Very simple. So for Hikaru, this is not really tangible. The moves are coming easy.
Yeah.
Now it's Levon who has to figure out, because queen b7 leaves the square on d4 unprotected for the knight. And e3 is a 4, unless there's something here. Something here. Something like...
Okay, I have a new idea.
Yes.
It might still be insane. g5.
How about g4?
And I'm trying to figure out if I can... because I really want to push f4 somehow, but the e4 pawn is just hanging. If the e4 pawn wasn't hanging, I'd take with the h pawn and then play f4, but it's nothing.
Yeah. Now this is a risky decision, because if I gain control of the light squares...
Yeah, for sure.
I see the bar. The bar says black is so much better. Maybe even somebody says that Levon is winning. You ask me, how do you do it?
I see the bar saying that it's quite equal.
This queen on a7.
The position just feels so tied down.
I would say like this: Hikaru is closer to a draw than Levon winning.
Oh yes, for sure, for sure.
He's leaning really, really good defense. There was a suggestion in the chat that I might have. I'm not accepting the fact that Levon rushed with rook b4. I'm not sure this rook b4 was necessary or not. But then again, what do you play? What do you play here?
But we looked at this rook c8 idea. But first f5, because white didn't go g4. So f5 and then rook c8. Instead of all this queen a7 nonsense.
Here? f5?
Yeah. But I liked it better with the queen on a7 though. A8, sorry.
I'm sorry?
I like this idea with rook c8 and c6 better with the queen on a8.
Yeah, yeah.
So a little bit before here.
Sometime, I don't know which moment. Like here.
Yeah, bishop d8. Yep. And then now to go for rook c8.
Rook c8. And what do we discuss here? Something like...
Look a little bit at g. Yeah, and then now f5.
And f5, and then
c6.
try to play c6. Yeah, maybe. I don't know where I put the knight. c6. Yeah, this definitely feels quite something.
I don't know if you can take and do some stuff on e6.
Yeah, definitely. There's a room for some counterplay, but...
Yeah, and even there, you could consider queen takes and rook b7. No, the pawn on a5 is also in trouble, you know? In some variations. So queen takes e6, c6, queen e6, and bishop a5. Or even rook e8.
Which line again was it?
Sorry, queen takes c6.
Yeah.
And if you go queen e6, then I take on a5. And soon I'll go rook e8.
Yeah. So, I mean, black has something extra, right? Oh, wait, there's rook
c4. Rook c4.
Oops.
But
Oops.
Queen b5. Oh, queen takes c8.
Yeah, okay. Maybe Levon blew it. I mean, it's not really obvious. It's not very obvious.
No.
I think, by the way, our bar is stuck here because I see it shows that black still has an advantage. But then again, even without the bar, I try to understand just how are you supposed to improve here.
Mm-hmm.
Here for our commentary, we have a small bar which says that, which gives us some kind of indication is white better, black better, and it shows that black is still better. So that's why I said I see the bar, but actually it has already dropped. So it's stuck here. And then again, I look at the position. How do you even crash through? Maybe that's it. Maybe
But I think the bar you're seeing is different from the one that is on the stream.
Yeah, I guess so. It's stuck. It's stuck. Yeah. Wonderful defense so far by Hikaru. So
yeah, that it was really nice from afar seeing that the position could be difficult to win for black for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there's still some game left, but it's up to Aronian to show where the game is.
All right. Now I have a very, very heresy question.
Mm-hmm.
How does Aronian draw this?
How does Aronian draw this?
Yes. So let's imagine.
Because you want to go b5 or?
Yeah, let's imagine I'm not happy how it turned out. And this is still a match strategy. So, of course, black has the extra pawn, which asks that you are the one who is pushing for the win. But I don't see a way how to continue. And white has this threat of b5. Okay, and now I just asked this question. How I make a draw here with black? How do I convince? Because suddenly white's plan of this a6, queen b7 starts to look really simple.
Okay, I'll try for... but in e3, you still go f4.
Yeah?
Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, I play h4 instead then.
Here, h4?
Yeah. And if you take it, I go bishop e5.
Take it?
No, I go bishop e5. Oh, maybe I can take it, just put pressure on the pawn on
bishop
f2.
h4. This idea already blundered once.
Oh, yeah. No, yes, then I don't do this. I go bishop e5. Yes.
Bishop e5, I play b5.
No. H4, g takes, and then bishop e5.
Well,
I do it in that move order.
Why
because now when I play e3, you can still go f4.
Yeah.
This is so annoying. I wanted to just snap that pawn on f4 off. But still, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it's something like queen b7, and knight e4. I mean, this is the most difficult part, especially when you've been playing such a wonderful game and you're the one who is pushing, you have the extra pawn. And then at some point, you realize, I need to make a draw. That can be really difficult. That can be really difficult to do. So Levon outplayed his opponent in the opening. Hikaru outplayed Aronian from a clearly worse position. And now the final position already feels sort of balanced because black cannot progress. But still, white's plan is simpler. Just push b5, create a pass pawn. So that's why I asked this heresy question. How do you draw this? So I guess takes. King goes.
Oh, that's a check. And then
f7.
Do you play queen c4 back?
Queen c4. No, I think black should be able to draw this without too much difficulties.
King f6.
Yeah, something like king f6. Even b5 itself doesn't guarantee success, right? b5, I just take with a pawn. Or do I? No?
E3. And now if you play queen b7, I can take and go e2.
Oh, wow, that's nice. Queen b7 takes e2. And then deliver a perpetual. Oh, wait, is there a perpetual check?
Or is there checkmate, maybe?
Come to Papa.
f3. And if going to e5, then there's queen e8 check. Oh my goodness. I thought it was so clever. And then you just continue the line.
Yeah, it's a fourth line. That's really nice. That's really nice. Listen, there's definitely room for Levon to misplay this. Don't trust what the engine is saying you. It's equal. I think he already should understand. Okay, probably I'm no longer playing for the win. So this rook takes on b4 was apparently a mistake. I mean, that was huge committal decision. I also sort of didn't like it, but I trusted the bar. The bar said he is still better, so I didn't really pay attention to it. And then somebody said to me that it's froze. Yeah. So I guess knight e4 takes, king f7, queen c4.
Yeah, but isn't this difficult for black?
No.
So how do we play?
That's a very good question. Okay,
but I also feel a little bit like Aronian. He played so fast before, making very committal decisions in not so much time, and now he's spending 12 minutes on his move, which means I think that he realizes that he's probably gone a little bit wrong.
Yep, absolutely. And you know what's the funny part? He might offer a draw, but Hikaru might just decline.
You think Aronian would actually offer a draw?
No, I don't think so. But Hikaru would decline.
Yes, so hypothetically, if he offered a draw, Hikaru would decline. Yeah, but he's the one with the ideas. I agree.
Yeah, he's the one with his ideas, because black is a bit stuck with the ideas. And what's only idea is to create a pass pawn. So why should Hikaru accept a draw, even if he's down a pawn? And I think it already should have dawned upon Levon here. Okay, I misplayed it. Okay, listen, okay, it's time to make a draw here. How do we make a draw here?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Oh, who could have thought? I mean, we are having a look at this position somewhere here. Levon will be trying to defend this. Then again, this queen on a8 and this rook on b8, there are very passive pieces.
But then where did it go wrong? Because we could see that the bar it was with rook b4, yeah.
It has to be rook b4. He went for this idea of e4, bishop f6. Maybe he was only calculating that e3, e2, opening the position is gonna be a great position. And now suddenly after king g2, he realizes I'm out of moves. Because white is simply gonna play b5. Maybe there's something else. Maybe I'm just not understanding the position. Let's say there could be queen b7, knight e4. And but do you allow the knight to go to c6?
I have a question for you.
Yes.
So a top player facing this kind of position, you know, we've been talking a lot about it's difficult to see the way out for black here. It's difficult to figure out what to do. It seems like in many of the lines you're going wrong, or you are going somewhere that you don't quite want to go. It seems like the variations aren't working for you. You're trying to create counterplay, but you all the time get into trouble. What do you, as a top grandmaster, do in this kind of situation when everything seems to be falling apart and you thought you had a better position, but then suddenly it turns around and it's not in your favor anymore?
I don't know. I guess it depends on the player. But
what would you do?
I'm probably not the finest example. I would panic. No, I just know these situations too well. It's just extremely uncomfortable, and it's like, you know, it's like a snowball rumbling down from the mountain. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and you start to feel that you lose the control of the game, and everything is just starting to go wrong, and your mood falls at that moment. It's very difficult. At that moment. But then again, maybe there's players like Aronian who are completely chilling and they don't care, literally. So,
and he might literally not care, because he did play h4, g takes h4 on the board, and then he played king f7. The bar is switching, saying that suddenly white is better. I don't know.
Get this move h4, really. Why did he include h4? What point? What point of it is to play h4? Because this we discussed already, Ellen. Bishop h4 is queen d4. You don't want to trade queens. Why do you need this h4? For whatever reason. Takes, knight c6, b5, a6, a7, a8. So just play king f7 right away. Why was this h4 necessary?
He couldn't have been worried that white would go h4. Yeah.
No. Really? Maybe he included this h4 so that after king f7, and if white advances these pawns, he is able to deliver a perpetual check.
Perpetual check?
Somehow.
Yeah.
How do you deliver it again? b5? Such an easy move to make.
Okay, maybe b5, a, b5, queen b5, f4.
Oh, white already has a draw in the pocket.
Okay, but right now I'm also thinking about getting a draw with black.
Yes, this is what I told you.
If you play a6, I go f3 and then e3.
a6, f3. I'm going to go...
Or if you go king g1, I can also take on h4 now, and then we do see how this h4 move makes sense.
Aha, maybe that was his idea. King f7. But also Hikaru is down on the clock. I mean, this is going to be super tricky. Super tricky. Queen c6, by the way, makes perfect sense to limit a queen. Threaten with queen d7, threaten b5, a6. Huge move, by the way.
And if still again f4?
f4.
If you go queen d7, I'll go king g8. And Naka plays h5.
They don't really care about those pawns, don't they?
They really do not. A gh5. Okay, so what they're trying to do, it seems, is that they're trying to split each other's pawns so that to create weaknesses in the opponent's position.
Nakamura is definitely playing it for the win right now. This is already quite obvious. So after this very inaccurate rook takes on b4, which felt like the turning moment, Levon is on the defensive side here, quite unexpectedly, and we have moved 38. So 3 moves are necessary to be played, and we're going to reach the second time control. So I don't think it's really time trouble. And Hikaru must be feeling really confident right now. I mean, coming back from that terrible position to have this, he feels good.
Yeah, I think so. But the way the game has changed, you know, it's a little bit strange to me how so much happened from a position where we were really having issues finding out what to do.
Right. All right. How do you deliver perpetual check?
f4. Oh no, I take on b5 first. Sorry, I take on b5.
You take on b5.
I take on b5 and then I go f4.
f4.
Yeah.
I can, by the way, even go after these pawns here.
Okay, queen d7, I go king g6 now.
Here, queen e8. Just grab the pawn.
Oh, yeah, so I go king... and king g8, you also go queen e8 and take on e4.
Yep. Looks very natural.
So king f8 instead? But king f8, queen e6.
Even this could be good.
f3.
Although maybe...
King... Oh, but maybe then king g7 and bishop... No, I'm not sure. You're trying to...
Yes,
you're trying to short me.
Yes, this is exactly what I'm trying to do here. The king is also a piece.
Hashtag the king is also a piece. I like that one.
Right. I think Levon has to do something here with a link with f4, f3. What else, right?
But it's amazing how Nakamura, he managed to turn this game around.
Yep. Oh wait, maybe let's try to do it like this. Takes bishop h4. Can I do this?
Going bishop h4 now, and queen check.
Check. King g6.
And now after queen e6, you want to go king g5. No, you can't go king g5 because queen e7.
No, I just want to go back so that you are not going after this a6 idea anymore. And then kind of make the connection that I allow you to make the draw with queen e8 and queen e8.
You allow me to make the draw. I'm so thankful. Thank you.
Okay, so you just give the perpetual check.
Okay, yeah, I can see this idea. It feels risky, no?
Yeah, but what do you suggest else? Again,
I can't suggest anything. I'm just
yeah. So again, take it. Queen b5, bishop h4, attack the opponent makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no knight e4 because I'm gonna eat it. Queen d7 check, king g6. Queen e6 makes sense. Okay, maybe queen e8, but
okay. Can I point out something which is instead of queen d7,
where
instead of queen d7 check, I really want to bait you with knight c5. I just really want you to take it with the queen.
Such a nice move. Okay, d takes. Don't tell me this works. Don't tell me this works.
No, a6.
That doesn't work.
But maybe I have a perpetual still with queen d7.
But of course, if you
I really wanted to trick you. I really wanted you to play queen takes c5.
Just go into the audience. This was your idea.
Yeah. And I mean, this can be an idea sometimes, actually. It's not because it's something to keep in mind. As we've said before, no idea in chess is a bad idea. It's just always about making it work. And once you've seen the idea, it's much easier to make it work at another point in time when you already have the idea in your head.
Right. All right. b5. Let's try to do this again. Maybe bishop h4. Bishop h4, I have knight e4. Probably. Wait.
Yeah, I think you're right in that we want the queen to go away from c4.
Yep. Take it. Wait, maybe I'm not obliged to take. I could play queen c6.
Wow. And then you want to win some time this way, and after bishop h4?
I'm not sure what it really changes. This is my idea in this version.
Okay, I bite. D takes.
That's where it ends.
That's where the idea ends.
Okay. Oh, wait. D6.
Wait. No, I did look at this, but I didn't see how this improved. What?
No.
What?
Are you telling me it doesn't work?
No.
Wait, just a second.
You're not doing this to me. No, I have bishop d8. I have bishop d8 in that position. I have bishop d8.
Where do you have? Takes?
Takes, d6, c takes, a6, and then bishop d8. Queen b7 takes and bishop c7. Whew! Dodged a bullet there.
Okay, but listen, you gave me this idea of knight c5, so e3, by the way.
It was close. It was so close.
E3. That makes sense. All right. So if white's going to play queen c6, there's going to be e2. I guess this must be the idea.
And now if queen d7?
Yeah, I'm not sure how it... Wait, there might be this check and win the pawn.
Yeah, you gave me the idea. And if king f8, I still go
you're borrowing my
queen
idea.
e6. Yeah. We can borrow each other's idea. It's okay.
Let me tell you honestly, on the intuition level, I don't like this move e3. I don't know. There's something about it.
You want to activate the bishop instead, maybe.
All right. Queen c6. Maybe I just take it.
Oh, I didn't even... Oh, goodness. What is happening?
Yes, I'm checkmating your queen.
Okay, I take and queen e7.
Checkmate.
No. I go queen e7. Oh, queen e7, queen c7 still.
Checkmate. No? This looks so terrible.
King e8? No,
What?
king e no.
I just take it and play b7. That's it.
Yeah.
Ay, 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 mamma mia. What is happening here?
Mamma mia.
Edx and f4 loses by force. b6. And so it would seem. E2.
No, but e2 still queen d7.
Yeah, queen d7. Let's say king g8 is queen e6. King g6 is queen e8. I just take the pawn for free.
And king f8 is queen e6.
And king f8 is what?
Queen e6. Queen e6, bishop e5? No, it's
maybe there could be
f5.
And I could take it and go here and take it.
No, yeah, we take
so
somewhere.
Oh no, so risky.
Then what do we do after queen c6?
I don't know. I didn't like the c3. I thought bishop h4 is the way to go, but I mean, the viewers, we're not using any engines. I think you're seeing it better. And if the engines are saying there's a win, there's a draw, there's something, we are not seeing it right away. Our bar froze anyway, so I'm not even seeing what is happening. Even white or black is better, so there's no indication. But still, it looks that Levon's position has gone terribly worse than it was before.
Mm-hmm.
So I still think that Hikaru is trying to win this. Maybe he's going to find a win and make a perpetual check, but there's no way that Levon is playing this for the win. Not anymore. Not after rook takes on b4.
It's important to point out maybe that this is move 38, meaning that Naka still has 2 more moves to make before the time control. And the first one of those 2 moves is f4. He doesn't go for queen c6, but what is this f4 move? Oh my goodness.
f4.
We talked about f4 before.
Yeah, in a similar position.
In very, very similar positions. Just with the king on g7 and h4 not having been played and h5 not having been played from white side. So
okay, I'm gonna try to make a draw. E2, draw.
you just say draw and then you expect him to take it. Queen e6. I'm trying my best.
What does it give to you?
I don't know. I have, if you go king g6, I have
queen
g8. Okay, queen d7 then.
But this is essentially the same, no? Here and queen e3. That was my idea. Try to go for some perpetual check ideas or bishop h4. Maybe even.
And you're in time after a6.
But the pawn is not going anywhere. That's what
you both have queen f2 and queen g3. Sorry.
Yeah, there might be bishop h4. There might be h4.
I saw that I could stop one of the ideas, but not both. Okay, so I don't take on b5, e2, and I have to stop the pawn. That's for sure. So I take it.
It's reasonable, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Takes on b5.
Okay, maybe you don't have to take on b5. Okay.
No, maybe I go queen e6, and after king g7, I take on f5.
Why don't you want to take on b5 first? This one here.
Well, queen e3 isn't it the same?
Maybe there's some differences. There's no differences.
Yeah.
There's no differences. Okay. What do you say? Queen e6, king g7.
And then I take there, and then I'm trying to say that there is some difference.
No, but this already looks like an improvement for black. No, suddenly the position opens.
But are you in queen takes h5? You take on b3, and I go, and I wanted to go a6.
You're not getting far.
I'm not getting far. No, I should always have a perpetual after you take the pawn, though. So I don't think I messed it up completely.
I challenge you. I'm not sure if you're going to have it. Maybe you're going to have it after king g3, queen a6, f5. But of course, you're not in the mood to find it out.
Well, I was thinking queen g4, and then I give a check. Then I give checks on the light squares.
That's exactly one check.
No, but I meant before f5.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. So, Levon is thinking he has 7 minutes. Hikaru has less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, and Levon has two moves to make, and Nakamura has only 1 move to make.
E2.
It's a very funny idea to play this E2 just to open up for the queen.
Wait. Sorry, Alan. The pawn on H5 is under attack. This I missed.
Oh, people in chat, they were also writing queen H5. I just didn't realize in what variation.
Yeah, I missed that.
And now and this is completely different.
This is completely different. Indeed. This is completely different. This queen E3 might even make no contribution to the position.
He goes for, yeah, and then it probably doesn't make sense. He played queen B8 instead, and king F1 was blitzed out. Oh my goodness.
So what's the idea of queen B8? Meet B takes and A6 with E2, no?
And then queen takes E2, queen takes B3, queen G8 checks. Aha.
That's why king F1.
And it's interesting. He had seen this all in advance. You don't blitz out king F1 if you have not seen queen B8 in advance.
Mm-hmm.
But he probably realized quite quickly that E2 wasn't working, and then he was trying to find other moves for black.
Okay, it's getting super critical, super tricky. A takes on B5, queen C6. How do you stop these pawns? This pawn on A6. Try to deliver a perpetual check.
Queen G8, you probably start with queen D7, so there's no E2 and queen G2 stuff. Because my point was, if you go queen G8, A6, I want to play E2, king takes E2, queen G2. But you have queen D7, and then the king has to go in front of the queen.
Aronian is in trouble.
Mm.
How did he got to this? I mean, unbelievable. Rook takes on B4. I guess this is where it all started. Maybe he just overestimated the position. Didn't feel that, okay, even if I don't win this, there's no way I'm risking to lose this. There you go. There you have it. There's your risk. So unfortunate for Aronian. He was playing such a wonderful game, and what a fantastic comeback in the second half of the game by Nakamura.
Mm-hmm.
The good knight against the bad bishop. Very nice.
Yeah. He tried to open up for the bishop on F6, but it's pretty much just been shooting into thin air.
And also Levon is down on 5 minutes, and he needs to make the final move before the second time control.
Yeah.
40th move. This is usually the moment when people tend to make mistakes.
Well, isn't it more on either? I feel like it's 39, 40, and 41. But which one is more common, though? I know 41 is very common.
To make
but also, but also the moves just before the time control.
Yeah, move 41 also is pretty common.
Mm-hmm.
We also saw it, by the way, in the pool match between Richard Rapport, my apologies, Richard Rapport against Grigory Oparin. This was round 5, I think. And the first time control ended, and Oparin immediately made a mistake. Yeah. So still, under the rhythm of the time trouble, want to play fast, sort of make the obvious move, and the obvious move is a mistake.
Mm-hmm. What do you think Levon will play? Just your first instinct. What is it? You can't think. Answer. Go.
It's so difficult to come up with a move, to be honest. The first move, go. It doesn't work.
Yeah, first move, go. You just have to say something.
A takes on B5.
Okay.
Does it work?
So A takes on B5. Let's try to look at it. What happens?
A B5, Queen C6.
A B5, Queen C6. Okay, so we see clearly what White's threats are. White wants to play A6, Queen B7, and promote that pawn.
Maybe.
So let's try to stop it.
So that I expose the king. Queen A7 seeks a perpetual check here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And if A6, then what do you move?
Queen G1?
Queen C7?
Maybe I can try to call this somehow. The A pawn is not going anywhere yet. Why I'm suggesting the E2 check? Because I think the white king might hind in front of the pawn. Let's say A takes, Queen C6. If I do this, it's just staring at the pawn.
Yeah.
And if I play something like Queen G8, there's no guarantees.
But if you start with queen a7, let's say, you can also threaten e2 check queen g1 with tempo. Or, oh, you're worried about queen a7, king e2.
Yes, exactly. King
yeah. So it makes very good sense to go e2 first.
So I want to drop the pawn at some point, maybe. I think Edix on b5 is going to follow. But at this point, I don't think Levon is even sure he can draw this. It's going to be incredibly difficult for him to gather the strength, because he knows he messed it up, and messed it up big time. It's not only a missed win, it might be a missed point, entire point.
And there's a huge difference between a half and a whole point here.
Yep.
Though he can try, if everything else goes wrong, if everything else goes wrong, then he can try to play for a win with the white pieces tomorrow.
Right. But it's going to be much more difficult, despite the fact that if Levon loses this, he plays tomorrow with white, he has a dominant score with white against Hikaru, but it's this game in the mind, right? You just cannot forget it easily. If he would be given the rest of something like, I don't know, 1 week and come back, maybe he wouldn't care. But in the next day, the potential loss, which still hasn't happened, the potential loss still hurts. So could be very tough for him to recover. But let's hope, of course, he's gonna recover, and also for Hikaru that they are gonna produce still an exciting game. Move 40 still hasn't been made. Levon is down on the last minute,
and he has to make a move.
Big decision. I think Edix on b5 has to be, but
I'm watching the video feed. He's not a man who looks stressed, I can tell you. He looks quite calm. He is not moving a single muscle as his time goes below 20 seconds. He even looks like someone who completely forgot his clock. He's not looking at his clock. Okay, he made the move. Yeah, he was so calm. He was very, very calm.
No, Ellen, this reminds me of one very nice video which I caught accidentally on live stream, live coverage, when Magnus was playing the World Championship match against Fabi Caruana. I don't remember which game was it. It was a game where Fabi had white, Magnus was black. Game 7-8, I don't remember, out of 12. And Magnus played this very amazing Sveshnikov, Sicilian Sveshnikov. He had a better position for almost the entire game, at least after the middle game. And then he blundered something, some move, some invisible move by Caruana. And I was watching the official coverage, and you could see that Magnus is clearly stressed. I mean, he is just unbelievable. What did I just do? And I was really very curious what he is going to do. And it was also very interesting for me as a chess professional. How does the world champion handle the pressure? So what Magnus did, he was silently ranting for something like, I don't know, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, just unbelievable what just happened. And then you could see there was this moment, like a switch. I really loved it. He just started to play a game from scratch. Just like it didn't happen. So just put it aside. Okay, this is what we have. This is the position. And he effortlessly made a draw. I was so impressed, really, such an amazing nerve system, right? And maybe also for Levon, right? He had a great position from the start. Okay, he messed it up. He knows it. And then again, you said that he is sort of chilling at the board. Maybe he already also had gone through this stage, just like, okay, I made a mistake. Okay, let's just put it behind us. And this is the position which I have right now. How do I escape? It's easier said than done.
Yeah, I've also always been told that, you're allowed to be angry at yourself after a loss, and even a little bit during the game. But you can't keep on going that way, because if you keep on going that way, it's only going to affect you later. So oftentimes it's a good idea to tell yourself, no matter if it's during a game or if it's after the game, now I'm allowed to be angry for this amount of time. But when that time has passed, I need to just put it behind me and look forward. There's nothing else to do. During a game, it can be, you can say, okay, now I'm angry at myself for the next minute or two, but you don't have much longer than that. Then you just need to think about the game and what will happen in the future. And after the game, okay, you can say, I'm angry at myself for half an hour or an hour, maybe go for a run or do some other exercise to get all of the anger out of your system. But after that, you need to just look forward.
Right. And it's easier said than done, indeed.
Tell me about it.
We are just the persons we are, right? We have the nervous system maybe from the birth already. Some people just take it more like in a chill mode. Some people just explode, and some people just go berserk, or some people just fall into depression. And this is something you can easily change. It's who we are, right? Mm-hmm. It's our character. So for me, probably I would just, I don't know, not panic, but I would just unbelievable. It would be very difficult to recover. Mm-hmm. And I'm curious how Levon is going to deal with this stress. He knows he's misplayed it, but if you said that in the live feed he looks relaxed, maybe he has simply accepted that this is what it is, mm-hmm. right? So I made a mistake, I had my chance, I blew it. Okay, now it starts from scratch.
For the people who are wondering if Hikaru lost on time, we can say no, that he didn't. It's just because the time doesn't update until he's made his 41st move. There's also the suggestion of Queen E2, and I was actually I wanted to suggest it myself with the point that if you go King G6 to protect the H5 pawn, I just want to take on E3 and say that you haven't gotten the same counterplay as you did in many of the other lines.
Right.
But Arturs, I think it is time for us to go on our second break of the day. You know, they have reached the time control. I guess that Nakamura, he will take a bit of time here to try to figure out how the game is going to proceed, to continue. There is no more the stress of time trouble. So they can just relax a little bit and really think about what's going on.
My team is finished anyway, so I have to make a break. So
yeah. See you.
Right. Yeah, see you in a couple of minutes.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only a butt slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
And we are back live from the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. The final match, game 1, between Hikaru Nakamura against Levon Aronian has reached the second time control. There's been quite a few ups and downs from both players. First, it was Aronian who outplayed Hikaru with the black color and got an extra pawn, but then it was Aronian's time to make a blunder by this, I guess, this positional mistake of rook takes on b4, and now he's seeking ways to escape with a draw.
And it seems like he might just do it. We were looking at some of these lines earlier. You were actually mentioning this exact way of trying to create some counterplay, because queen c6 was on the board, e2 check, so as the king could not hide behind the pawn. King takes e2 and queen a7 to try to play queen g1 and get some perpetual.
Yeah, that looks really nice. So that, of course, begs the question, what is happening after queen b7 check? I assume queen takes on b5, no big deal, because the pawn on b5 doesn't really play a big role. But what about something like queen d7, and I'm going after these pawns? Let's say king g6.
King g6, and then queen e8. I can both go king h6, but I'm not sure king g7 is that bad either. Because of queen g1.
Takes it.
Queen g1.
Queen g1, and I take it. Yeah, this queen is too disconnected, right? For white to hope for success. Actually, there's actually room to misplay it. Queen g2.
Yeah, with the knight on b3 also being potentially hanging queen c3 here, and now suddenly white is in trouble. And I can tell you, I have never seen a more relaxed Levon. on the video feed. He's just, sitting back, relaxed. I think he's got this figured
out. I'm not sure if he realizes. Probably he has this feeling that he completely misplayed it and he was risking actually to lose at some point. I'm not sure which moment was it really, but you have to really get that feeling. Around here, I think Aronian already started to ask himself a question: how do I make a draw here with the extra pawn on the board? Because white's plan of b5 is so easy to play that I'm not 100% sure he is also confident himself that he played everything correct. But either way, now he has found this very nice resource of e2 check, queen a7, and you're saying that he looks confident. Maybe he has all the reasons to do it.
But that makes me back the question.
Which one?
Why? Because we were looking a little bit at queen e2 before the break, and I'm wondering why not.
Here.
Yes. Queen d3 even also.
And what if I play something very active, like... I'm not sure what. Let's say queen b7. This pawn, by the way, still is not pushing to a6. Let's say queen e3, queen d5. We can assume this is not great for white. Probably.
Yes. Yeah.
I know really this pawn is marching very fast.
It's a little bit stopped now.
Yeah.
So how about I go... Yeah, queen b7 looks nice. Take there with a check, or queen d3 instead, so the pawn on d5 wouldn't be hanging.
Oh, wait, just take the second pawn.
Okay, but... now there's no queen g1 after some e2 stuff.
Yeah, there's no queen g1. Okay, maybe this is not so good. Okay, queen e2. And if I play... What should I play? If I play something active like b4, that definitely makes sense. You have still room for some tricks with a6. Okay, and if I take it and take it, this should give black quite a lot of compensation.
Now queen e2 is coming even.
Yeah. e2 check. Not a check, but e2 on bishop c3 might be a problem. So this, it's actually very much possible. I guess something like this must have been the idea. If I remember correctly, there was a suggestion in the chat that here Hikaru had a very strong idea after king f7, queen c6.
Levon had a strong idea, you say?
No, Hikaru. Hikaru had a strong idea here with white with queen c6.
He played h5 instead. But what does this change in the position? Let's say bishop takes h4.
Bishop takes on h4 and maybe some knight c5 ideas. I'm not sure really.
Again?
I have to do something. Or maybe, wait. Knight c5 takes, it doesn't work. Just a second. Okay, I'm going to start with this check.
Okay, king g8. Am I... Oh my goodness. Okay, c4 or takes... Oh no.
That's the idea. No? Does it work? King f7, queen c7.
That's insane. Can I, okay, instead of, can I take on f2 with the bishop?
Where? You mean after
instead of, yeah.
Of course, I just don't have to take it. I just play d-takes. Wait a second. So this your idea, Ellen, of knight.
But this is what I say all the time. No idea is bad. You just have to make it work at the right time. So you just need to get the idea in your head, because then it's much easier to see when it's actually working. I'm not saying that it's necessarily working, but it's looking real.
Okay, there's bishop e7, right? So knight e5 doesn't work anymore. Oh, wait. I can do it like this. Knight c5. I'm sorry. Knight c5, d takes, queen d7, bishop e7, d6. How do you like this one? You're going to take it, that's a pin. You're going to take it, that's a pin.
What is there a name for a double pin?
I just need to invent it. Let me think about that.
The Arturs maybe, or Neiksans. Which one?
Neiksans pin. No, it doesn't sound so good. The ultimate.
Oh, I think it's fine. It sounds
family
nice.
Pin. No, family pin already exists. No, or was it the family fork? The royal pin.
Royal fork is the thing.
The royal fork. So the royal. No, it doesn't.
So this is a royal pin.
I don't know. No, something like this could have been Hikaru's idea of queen c6. Queen c6, bishop h4. Maybe he saw this. He thought, okay, there's the pawn on f2 is under attack, and he simply didn't have your imagination, Ellen.
Well, what can I say? I'm a creative player. I see a lot of creative ideas. Most of the time, they do not work, but sometimes they feel truly brilliant.
Right. All right. So definitely there was a chance for Hikaru earlier. Now I'm not so sure. Now we have our bar. It's fixed. It's showing.
Oh, I have an idea. Can we call it a bathtub pin? No, a bathtub fork. Is that a thing?
No.
No?
Bathtub
okay.
fork.
I tried. But a6 and queen g1 is on the board.
Right. a6, queen g1. Maybe knight e2. Trying to escape from perpetuals. I think you need the knight, because the knight usually is a very good piece to defend against various checks.
Okay, so you are protecting some light squares. Since the knight is on a dark square, it's protecting all the light squares, because sometimes I might want to go queen e4. Like, for example, here, if I could go queen h1, queen e4, I'd probably be happy, but the knight is stopping that.
I think knight e2 makes perfect sense here.
And if queen h2 instead?
And I go here?
And I take on f4. If you go a7, I have queen a4 check.
Oh, okay.
But maybe you can take on c7 and play a7.
Or I can just take on b5 and still continue. But then again, you have some ideas.
Yeah, bishop g5 also.
To be honest,
complicated.
It feels it's gonna.
Isn't this every time there's a chess book and they don't quite know what to write, they just say unclear. We say unclear here as well. Queen g1, he took on c7.
Queen c7. I guess king g6, because bishop e7 looks incredibly passive. King g6 is on the board.
Yeah, I think bishop e7 wouldn't be good. You need the bishop in the attack. Now, what if you go knight d2 here? Is it some of this? Oh, but now d5 is hanging. So queen g2. But queen takes, okay, king d1, queen takes, or, but a7, we don't have a lot of checks.
No. It could be quite tricky, b4. Queen b8 or queen c8. Let's say queen b8, bishop c3.
Bishop c3.
Yeah. And then somehow with a perpetual
Queen
check.
e8.
Queen e8, queen f8, queen d8, draw.
But then, but maybe you can play queen e2 also and ask and say that you're still playing for a win.
But you're not pushing this pawn forward.
But if I can get queen, oh, I can never get queen f3.
I mean, here, I don't think you're the one playing here for the win anymore.
No, I wanted to play queen f3, but I forgot that I'm getting checkmated.
Yeah, there's also queen a2 ideas, target here, target here.
Yeah.
It looks drawish. I mean, the position doesn't look drawish. I mean, it looks like it's going to finish with a perpetual check, and finishing with perpetual check, it means it's drawish. So either black is going to deliver perpetual check to white, or white is going to deliver perpetual check to black somehow. This a6 pawn is far more advanced, but both kings are exposed. So white cannot easily put the pawn on a7, queen b7, and focus on promoting, because his king is in the middle of potential check. Yeah, that might be.
But did we find something concrete after knight d2?
Knight d2?
Oh, we did see this queen g2
Like this
takes
one,
d5.
queen g2, queen d5.
And yeah, with b4. Okay.
And you can actually misplay this if you're getting too ambitious. And also for Hikaru, I mean, we have to remember, this is a match strategy. Again, 2 games, games in the final. So even if Hikaru doesn't win this, and the more he calculates, he has 11 minutes on the clock. I mean, he's not going to risk it for the second time. So he might just accept it. So he needs to hold tomorrow, and then he's going to be a favorite in the tiebreaks. So it's not really a loss for Hikaru. It's going to be a mixed feelings, right? Both of the players in the interview, they're going to try to convince how much they missed. But probably both of them are pretty happy with the draw.
You think so?
I guess so. I mean, Levon, yeah, draw with
But
black.
sometimes, okay, let's say you've played a game. You've played really well. You were for sure the one who was pressing your opponent, but then later you were the one to save a draw. Are you still happy with the draw?
No. Let's put it this way. So I had this great position. Now I'm talking from Levon's perspective. I had this great position, maybe close to winning. And then I blew it, and I was close to losing. I was in big danger. And then I make a draw. Yeah, I feel okay.
You do?
So, yeah.
Because I would just feel like I played so well, and then I'm so stupid. I mean, what am I actually doing?
No, I mean...
then I don't really care much if I make the draw. I just can't believe that I even got myself into that position where I was the one who had to make a draw.
I don't know, I would feel okay, because there was a real chance of losing a winning position. So, okay, draw, so be it. It's fine. But I guess it depends on the person. So maybe...
Yeah, maybe you just have a better mentality than I do. That could be very... that could really be the case here.
I think Levon also will be happy. I mean, okay, he's going to say something like, I had chances, I shouldn't have misplayed it. And if they finish in a draw, but okay, draw is fine. And then Hikaru is going to say something like that. And
to me, Levon, he looks really bored.
He already has figured it out. Maybe Hikaru is trying to find some chances, because, I mean, he has to. He's the only one who is sort of pushing for the win, but the clock is ticking, and also the advantage of the clock. Now, another 20 minutes in favor for Aronian. This also might favor in a quick draw.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
It could very well be the question. Wait, you don't think Aronian has actually offered a draw, do you?
I heard in the chat that he had offered at some point. I cannot really tell. But you know, Helen, this reminds me of this some funny moments when you change your mind. For example, you offer a draw, your opponent declines, then he makes a couple of moves, then he offers a draw. Now you have different already mindset. You decline, then you make a couple of moves, then you offer the draw, he declines. This once happened to me. The last moment like this was in French team championships. I was playing against Levon for Sonnet. It was so funny. I was playing with White. I don't remember the opening, some kind of a grandfather. So I think he offered me a draw after the opening. I declined. I played something like 2 or 3 moves. I decided, okay, it's not going anywhere. I'm offering a draw. He declined. Okay, let's continue to play. Then, okay, he decided it's time to offer a draw. I declined. At some point, there was something like second or third rejection of the draw. We started to laugh, really. So it was quite fun. But what I want to say about this is that even if you offer a draw, at some point, it doesn't mean that you can't change your mind. And if your opponent rejects that, you constantly start to play it for the win.
Yeah, for sure. I've also seen this happen many times before. I don't even know. I guess Hikaru is still playing for the win. But I think what you said about the time management here is actually quite important. Because there must be a reason. Hikaru did take quite a long think on this move. Well, on the previous moves, like he spent first 8-9 minutes on A6, and then he spent 5 minutes on knight d2. So he's going lower and lower on time. And is this really the position where if you're going to play for a win, you want to be low on time?
Right. I don't know. Maybe he's not really thrilled about his chances tomorrow. Like I said,
Nah, I don't think so. He has so much confidence. He's been playing all the openings with so much speed. If there's someone who has confidence and who believes that he can do it, it's Levon.
All right, and now there was statistics. So Aronian with White against Hikaru Nakamura, 24 games. Aronian, 11 victories, 2 losses. And 11 draws.
Of course he believes in himself. Of course.
Yeah, okay. I was just a bit provoking.
But queen f4.
Queen f4, I guess the idea is to meet a7 with queen, a4 check, and there's going to be some bishop d4 ideas as well. For example, a7, check, king goes, I have no idea where.
E2, I guess.
And bishop d4.
Oh, that is clever. Queen d6. King. The king is running.
Oh, sorry. There's a fork. That's a mate.
Wait, what?
That sounds like me.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, let me just place it like king g7.
Okay, I didn't. I felt like somehow that knight was pinned or something.
Oh, it's a mate. I managed to find a mate in one. So it's gonna be perpetual. Check. I mean, this pawn on a7 is dropping. Okay, maybe White can still play this something like, knight f3, bishop a7. But with such an exposed king.
Knight e5, you're not getting anywhere.
Here. Don't deliver a check with the knight.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So queen f4, they're thinking. By the way, queen f4 also allows black to play bishop g5. It's not like Levon only has drawish ideas in his mind. Let's say after a7, he could try to get ambitious. Okay, listen, you declined the draw. I'm going to try to play it for the win.
And White has no checks here, actually.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, this rejection.
How about queen c2?
Queen c2? Oh wait, I don't have any checks.
That was why I played queen c2.
Oh, Malin, how did I get this?
And you can't stop the pawn, no? But maybe you can threaten some checks, like
Check
queen
G1.
f2.
Wait.
But can you not play queen f2?
Oh,
Or there, yeah, it's the same.
It's the same.
Yeah.
Check.
And then then it's a mate on f1 if the knight goes to f1. That's insane. But here is there queen.
It's a draw because that's a mate.
Oh my goodness. And knight f3 falls into the other kind of mate stuff. He goes bishop g5. He goes bishop g5. No way.
That's my man. He plays for the win. Unbelievable.
No.
This knight f4 already was a draw, right? No, bishop g5. Listen, I can also try to play for the win.
And he's playing it so quickly. He has it all figured out. That is insane.
Queen c2. Once again, queen c2. It could be.
Just imagine playing it so quickly. Like you have it all figured out.
These are mind games. I mean, it also needs to be statement.
And now Hikaru really has to calculate.
Don't reject my draw offer. If there was a draw offer.
No, this is.
No, okay. Putting the excitement away, I think it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, there are some draws here after queen f2, queen, and then queen g1, king e2, and then going back. Yeah.
Let's give a check.
And king goes back to d1.
There's definitely room to lose this. King e1, check, check.
Ooh.
Oh wait, that's not the mate. I thought it's a mate. No, wait, it's a mate. No, check.
There's on e4 in the end. Wait, that was not the variation I was thinking. There was knight f1. No, okay.
I'm trying to find a mate. Trying to find a mate. But okay, normally it looks like a draw. Check, check. I'm sorry, where was this? King d1, yeah.
Imagine being Hikaru, having so little time on the clock. He probably saw bishop g5 coming, you think? But still...
you don't play 7 without expecting bishop g5, but...
But still that you have to calculate it. Do you have other moves than... so how about queen c3?
Queen c3 is queen a4 check. You could do that.
Oh yeah, that was why I went queen c2 in the beginning. Anyway.
Yeah.
Someone suggesting...
Queen
I don't think queen takes d... Oh, queen takes d6.
Oh, wow. But okay, there's no way that White is ever going to try to win this.
b4?
Queen b4. I mean, black is so active. This d pawn is not going anywhere. So if somebody who is playing this position for the win, it's black because of the very powerful bishop. The king is very close. So it's a nice idea, though. Queen d6.
How about queen a5?
Queen a5. Could be b4, no?
Oh, queen
Pausing this one.
a2.
Queen 8, unbelievable.
And you go b3.
I'm just gonna promote.
But queen b2? I don't know if I'm getting checkmated. Maybe queen f2 here.
At least I can play queen a4. At least
you can.
At least if I'm bored to look for something else, there's at least queen a4. No, I think it's gonna be a draw. It's gonna be a draw with queen c2, king e2.
But you need to. He played queen a5.
Queen a5. What about b4? Maybe we're just missing something here. You know, Hikaru really is trying to win this. It's understandable.
But you have to go queen a2, no? Or can you move them? No, you can't.
Maybe I just take it on b3. Maybe there's no mate.
Queen f1.
Check.
Queen e2.
Check.
Queen d1.
I wanted to say das vidanya, but check. There's room to misplay this.
Oh wow, that's an insane variation. B4, B4, Queen A2, B3 on the board.
Queen
A5. What is this?
I told you he's gonna.
No.
I told you
Is he
he's
going
gonna blow.
B2?
B2, Queen E2, and B1 Queen. Just B2.
No. What is happening?
Wait. King C2, B1 Queen. King B1. Too bad. I thought Knight B1 is gonna be Queen C1 check. Wait, just a second.
So Queen G3 to go Queen G1, Queen E2, Queen G2. Sorry.
Queen G3.
Yeah, because now you don't have the C2 square anymore. It's like the same variation as with the queen on C2, just except the queen is somewhere else, but the pawn is blocking the C2 square.
Queen. Check.
Queen G1.
Check.
No, Queen E3. Queen E3, King F1, Queen H3.
Yeah, this looks draw. Should be a draw. I mean, the king is too exposed. The queens are very nice. You can even insert more queens here, but
it's probably the same. Something I really want to show, though.
Yes.
King E1. Just keep the line going.
Which one?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Queen G3. No. Take a queen instead of King E2. Queen G1. And now if you go Knight F1, it's actually a very beautiful checkmate.
Oh, yeah. This you don't try.
Queen D3. This you don't want to do at home.
Okay, there's 0.001 chance this is going to happen.
He played Queen E3 with the same idea. He has this all figured out.
50 ways how to make a draw.
This is insane. I feel like the end to this game, just this whole game has been so peculiar to me.
You know, Ellen, this once again brings back one of the topics we discussed in, I don't remember which round. This is such a great format. I love it personally myself. I'm not sure what the players are saying. Maybe they have different opinions, but I love it. I mean, this pool tournament, when you have to fight very hard for the first place, then after the group tournament, there's the knockout tournament, short distance. So you have everything. You have the Olympic system. You have the group stage. You have the tie breaks. There's everything.
There really is everything in this format. I'm a huge fan of mini matches and knockout tournaments in general. I think they create for so much excitement, really. And even better here is that we will see a Nakamura move quite quickly because he does not have a lot of time.
Somebody wrote in the chat he's shaking his head, and usually this is the moment when he reads the draw. Yeah, when he starts to shake the head, he usually makes the draw.
He has the look of a Hikaru number 4, just thinking about what went wrong, where it went wrong. So he has the entire... Yeah, he has the rest of the game figured out. He's just trying to look back at what happened earlier.
Right.
Because he knows what will happen in the game now.
There's no way White can continue this. He also is risking something. He has to put the queen. And queen is on the board. This is pretty much agreement to a draw because queen G1 forces a perpetual check. Aronian saw it a long time ago. They're going to make a couple of moves. I don't think Hikaru is going to risk with king F1. There's no.
And he's not going to get checkmated with with knight F1. Yeah, and he goes for the queen E3 line.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll go back to D1, or will he? Will he dare with king F1?
He's not going to go king F1. I totally don't believe it. There's a way for it to get a checkmate like this.
Oh.
There's room.
There is room indeed.
I don't think so. Yeah, king
D1.
D1.
He went back to D1. What a game! What a game! Oh my goodness.
It's just a dream finale, if you ask me.
Yeah.
So really, really fantastic performance by both players. Both had chances to win the game.
And the hands are shook. And it is officially a draw here in the first game of the final of the FIDE Grand Prix first tournament. A lot of first and final, and yes, what a way, what a game, what a game.
Indeed. So, yeah, once again, a very huge game between two warriors from United States. Hikaru Nakamura against Levon Aronian. The first game of the semifinal is a draw. So they tomorrow are going to fight it once again. And Levon this time is going to have the white colors, having this very big advantage against Hikaru in their previous games in classical time control. Should definitely make Levon Aronian, but it's not over yet, of course, because Hikaru is going to fight like a lion. Today he showed he can do it.
Indeed, and there is not much else to say at this current point in time. Huge respect to both players. I mean, we've seen some great fighting chess, and we've also seen some great defense, some very precise calculation, a very strategic game from the opening to the middle game to the end game. It really, this game has just been a pleasure to follow, I think.
Absolutely. It sometimes really feels, Ellen, that we are the spectators in the front seat.
Yes.
Sitting here, we have the luxury providing the commentary, but listen, we're also enjoying it as you. We're also following the action, trying to guess the moves, not using the engines. So also it's super exciting for us. We are not only commentators, we're also chess fans, and we just love what we are seeing here.
Indeed. Yeah, that was it for us. We hope to see you back again tomorrow with the maybe final game. We don't know quite yet because they still could go into tie breaks. I won't be here tomorrow. Tomorrow you will be joined by WM Raluca Skirtsea. I don't know how to pronounce her name.
Good job.
Okay, yeah, you you clearly know more about this than I do. But you know, I will be following the two of you doing the commentary with excitement, and I'm sure it will be a pleasure watching the commentary instead of doing it myself also.
Absolutely, and thanks again, everybody, and see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central European time, and have a great evening.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.